Good morning and welcome to Area 10 Goes Global or Glo-Bell. I hope you were with us last night. We had two wonderful workshops from Emily Lee and Damon Lynn, and then a fantastic concert that ended at 9:30 that was just like icing on the cake. It was just beautiful. Each of the Emily's and Damon's groups presented about 3 or 4 pieces, and we went on. I have a piece of homework for you this morning. I want everybody to go to the chat and type in good morning from and where you are, good afternoon or good evening, wherever you're from Portland, Oregon, or from wherever you're from. So we'd like to see where you're from and who's here today. Okay, so we welcome you back, and then we we want to remind you that this is a streamed event, that you won't be able to type in your, you won't be able to ask questions in real time. So if you have a question for either of the speakers this morning, we have a great lineup. Please enter in the chat your questions, and after the talk we will have a Q&A session, and we will capture your questions out of the chat. So remember now that the admission this morning is free, but it does cost money to bring in these speakers and to have Derek, our engineer, available for us and all his equipment. So here's how you can help us defray those costs. Go to our Area 10 website, which is area10.handbellmusicians.org. And at the very top, you'll find the first news item is this event. Click on see more, click on read more of that, and then click on the Area 10 conference page. And then that will take you to all kinds of information about each of our speakers this morning and this afternoon and last night, the PDFs of their slide presentations, so you can download them yourself. And clear at the bottom, you will see donate with PayPal. And that's what we need you to do. Open your pockets, help us out so that Area 10 does not have to defray all the costs. So this morning, let's see, we're really enjoying putting on these streamed events, but we're hoping in the future in 2022 to be live and in person again. So we have several in the area, several conferences in the area, starting in February with the Snake River Handbell Conference over in Idaho, the Inland Northwest in the Tri-Cities, Coppers Classic here in Portland, Big Sky in Montana, the Siskiyou Summit Handbell Conference down in Ashland, Oregon, and the Greater Puget Sound Handbell Conference up in the Seattle area. These should all be live next year. Current information will be on the Area 10 website that I just mentioned. So plan now for the big reunion when we can all see each other and ring together. In addition, there's a national event coming up here in the Portland area, DB West, Distinctly Bronze West, and that'll be in November. Watch your calendar for that. Fantastic concert on Sunday afternoon in November. I don't have the exact dates here. And then Damon mentioned last night, international. If you want to see these people in live, you want to see Damon and Emily live, Malcolm, come to Nashville next summer, the international. Find a choir to join. See if you can join as a single and fill in somebody's choir. Ellie or Diane, if you have a choir going, I want to go. So that'll be a great one for all of us. So as I mentioned before, if you have questions for the speaker, put them in the chat. At the panel at the end, we'll pick them up and we'll ask the speaker. So our first speaker this morning is Malcolm Wilson. Malcolm Wilson has directed the Dunblane Cathedral Handbell Ensemble for over 30 years, having been a founding founder member of the group over 40 years ago. He was conferred honorary life membership of the Handbell Ringers of Great Britain, first chairman of the Scottish Regional Association of the Handbell Ringers of Great Britain, and founding director of Scotland's National Handbell Ensemble, Celtic Carillon. He is Britain's most widely published composer, arranger for the handbell medium, and is a member of the American Society of Composers, Authors, and Publishers, ASCAP. He has been massed ringing conductor at many events in various parts of the world, including multiple times at the International Handbell Symposium, and has presented at handbell events in various parts of the world, including in Hong Kong, Singapore, and Europe. For 25 years, he initiated and organized the National Ring in Praise handbell seminars for church musicians and initiated the United Kingdom's National Residential Ringing Weeks. So with no further ado, I give you Malcolm Wilson.
And hello, and thank you, Glenn, for that lovely welcome. And I'm delighted to be live streaming here from Scotland, right in the centre of Scotland, Dunblane. It's a beautiful, balmy 16 degrees Celsius, which is maybe not quite as warm as you're experiencing right now in America. But for those that from other parts, Scotland is lovely and green. It has damp moments. Some people might cruelly call that rain, but it's just slightly damp sometimes, but beautifully green because of that rain that we do have. So the session today, as you can see here, it's all about using ideas that we've developed over the years, both here in Dunblane, but also in that event that Glenn mentioned about the Ring and Praise seminar, which was about encouraging and supporting and promoting and championing different ways of handbells taking part in worship, in the music that accompanies worship. And what you might be interested in is that this applies and can work regardless of the song, regardless of whether it's a hymn or it's a pop tune, a rock tune, or whatever it happens to be. And in fact, early on in our group in Dunblane, we were involved in a television, a nationally broadcast television programme with a Glasgow indie group called BMX Bandits. Now, just in case you haven't heard of the BMX Bandits, you might have heard of Kurt Cobain. And he famously said, if there was any band that he would belong to other than his own, it would be the BMX Bandits. So that just shows you the kind of status of that group. And we were on television with them when they were performing a piece, and we had to rehearse with them many times. It was really a lot of fun, but it was using the same techniques that I'm about to share with you just now, where they were doing what they do, and we were doing what we did, and we were on television doing this on a late night show that were interesting times, but a very high profile program anyway, with a very high profile band at that time. So what I'm saying here is that the ideas, although today is really about looking at praise bands, perhaps hymn tunes, praise songs, it actually works with any type of singing where you have a group and other instruments, and then you want to add handbells to it. Now, I should say, of course, that there's been discussions, and many of you might have been in part of these discussions, where on Facebook groups for handbell musicians, and it's been discussed quite recently, but comes up from time to time, about a praise band that the church has decided they want to have a praise band and they don't see handbells fitting into that. I'm not here to try and argue that you should or you must. This is simply that if you want to, and locally it works for you, and you want to give it a go, then these ideas might be very useful to you to try out. Sometimes, I'm sure we've all experienced this as handbell musicians, but sometimes you play a piece and it's actually really quite simple. It can be very challenging in some ways, but simple music sometimes, but the audience gets the impression that it's really complicated. And also, by feeling that is the fulfilling aspect of this particular piece of music, whatever that piece of music is that has that effect on the audience, you think, actually, that one wasn't hard to play. And to a sense, that's what we're going to do here as well. So the idea is actually really, really simple. but you can make it more and more complicated from a very simple idea so that it sounds to the audience, to the congregation, to the group that you're playing with. It can sound as though it's actually really quite special and you've spent hours and hours and hours practicing it. So without further ado, let me just move on to the slides. And I hope you enjoy the photographs, by the way. The weather has been so lovely here recently. I was out in the garden and I just took the handbell out and took these photographs. So I hope you enjoy them as well as we're going along. So this is about looking at, well, what do you have if you're trying to accompany singing? If there's other instruments involved and there's singing going on, then what basically all the other musicians have is a song sheet that has cue chart, has chords, and that's where you're starting from. So we're not looking at, in this session, we're not looking at all about music that has been specially arranged for an accompaniment for handbells to be with something else, because obviously that takes quite a bit of skill. The likelihood is that you're not going to be prepared. This takes very little rehearsal. Once the musicians, the handbell musicians, once they feel confident to be able to do this, then it's a really straightforward thing to do again and again and become more creative as the time goes on and become more confident as they become more creative. So it's all about starting with that basic simple hymn and looking at just the chord symbols and then what you can do with that. Now, most people, I'm guessing, that are your handbell group members probably aren't used to looking at a chord symbol and thinking, what note's that? So I'll come to that in a minute about how we deal with that here in Dunblane, when that's, I'm sure, is very normal for most groups, where most of the musicians are not able to just look at the chord symbol and say, oh, that we're going to play that note. But what we're looking at is that it doesn't matter what else is being played, the handbells are adding to that. So the singing is going on, the other instruments might be going on. And of course, one of the things to bear in mind is that handbells generally are not a loud instrument. They add a lovely colour on top, but they're generally not going to be the main thing, the main sound that will drive and support the singing. It's going to be something else that adds on top of that. So it can be really simple with very small number of ringers, or it can be as big as you wish it to be. And really it doesn't matter if you've got lots of other instruments taking part, then you're just fitting in amongst that. But as long as you have the melody, the chord symbols and the lyrics, then you're set to go with these very simple ideas. So as I've mentioned, you can have basically any instruments, and these ideas work whether it's handbells, hand chimes, or bell plates. Any of these instruments will work because they're all beautifully tuned to everything else. So as long as everyone else tunes to you, then it will fit in perfectly. As I mentioned, I think a few minutes ago, often, well, certainly in our case, often you don't get a lot of notice about what the hymns are going to be for a particular night. So whether it's a hymn, a praise song, or whatever it happens to be, you might have very little notice. So it's knowing what you're going to do, and with very limited rehearsal time, being able to look at that music and then do what we're about to show you. So it can combine the handbells with all these other groups. So for many, it's just a case of looking up the number on a praise book, a hymn book, or on a song sheet, and then everyone is going to play and do their thing with their instruments. Sometimes, of course, you spend lots of time rehearsing, but for us, we didn't usually have lots of time rehearsing, so the ideas had to be simple, but sound much more complex and add that colour that I've been mentioning. So, how do you start? Well, there we are, we have the chord symbols. Now, some of you look at that and you think, oh, I know what that means. Yes, I know exactly what I'm going to do with that chord symbol, but for many of our ringers, and I'm sure in your groups as well, there'll be many who don't see how is that going to work. Can I just put a wee plug in here and thank you, Derek, who is very kindly moving my image on which corner the image is appearing, and thank you for that, Derek. So on the music that you see, you're simply seeing the lyrics, the text, and above that or below it, then you might see the chord symbol, whatever that happens to be. So that's where we're starting. And then we're looking at, well, what would that look like? And what I have to do, or what I generally do, is I would take the music in advance that the ringers are going to be working from, and I would simply very quickly handwrite onto the music. So it's the music that they would normally use for whatever it happens to be, the praise books, the hymn books, the song sheets, whatever they are, then I would write on their copies what the chords are, what the notes in that chord are going to be. So obviously here I've got the example that I just said, G, so I'm going to write G, B, G, and I'm going to write it just like that. Now, for some, it might be, we've never done it, but some ringers find that sometimes they have to just highlight their note. They might circle it, they might use a highlighter pen, but they sometimes just need to do something. We generally avoid that in our group just because it can be used, any sheet then anyone can look at. So as long as they can see very quickly at a glance what note they have to play at that moment in time, then this is the starting point. So it doesn't take me minutes really to rattle through one piece of music and just write these on. If there's limited time and it's a very last minute affair, then it might be a case of I have a chord sheet that perhaps I give to the ringers, or it might be that with everyone with their pencil, and I just say, right, on this note, this chord it's going to be these notes, on this chord it's going to be these notes, and we go through it all together. But generally, I like to be prepared and have it all written out in advance for my group, but different groups may be slightly different. So you may well, of course, know what the notes are, but you may well find that you've got to write it out if you want to be sure and confident. And I've shown on the screen there, this is what it might look like if I had been very neat and used a piece of software. But actually, in reality, what happens is it's whatever's the printed copy of what we've got, and the notes are handwritten on top of that. So it's not exactly as you're seeing on that screen there, but my handwriting obviously is my handwriting, and I'd rather you see a very neat screen. Well, you wouldn't want to see that. So you might, like me, want to write it out for them, or you might, if you've got ringers that can do it themselves and you just tell them what to write on the different bars, it actually takes each measure, once they write it out, it's very quick to get done. And then they're ready to go. The rest of it's relatively straightforward. I'm very conscious that Derek, you're having to move this backwards and forwards. Thank you, Derek, again. Derek does a great job in the background. As many of you may not see Derek, but he's doing all the technical bits in the background to make this work. So if you're maybe someone who has landed with running your handbell group and you don't feel that you've actually got the background to know what is the chord and what notes are in these chords, and there are some strange chords, you think, well, I'm not sure actually what that is. Well, you can search online, of course. There are some sites that just do that and nothing else, but just searching for what notes are in G minor, then it will come up. So you don't have to worry about that as long as you're prepared for whichever thing your group is going to be doing, and you either have a chord chart if you're not confident to know it yourself, or you have a quick search just as the point where you're trying to set up your chord chart. So the likelihood is, as I've said, there'll be no formal handbell part. So the part is really the same part that everyone else has, all your other instruments. They may have a special part. Some people, depending on the group that you're in, will just know that they're going to do a particular line on the music, but largely a lot of musicians are essentially busking. And many musicians are really, really good at that, but it doesn't sound so fancy when you say they're improvising as busking, does it? Anyway, or they've got parts written out. But generally speaking, you're not going to find this for handbell parts in the main. And even if you do find them, and there are some out there, you're probably not going to find it in a hurry when you've got something you're maybe doing on a particular day or a particular night, and you've got a group that's about to perform. So planning, knowing what you're going to do, having the music, having the chords, knowing how it's all going to work, and being prepared to be flexible. Now, how it works, it sort of depends very much on how confident you are as the person in charge, so me in my case, in charge of the group, or how confident your ringers are. If this is the first time they've done it, then it's probably going to be a simpler version of what I'm explaining here than as they become more confident and they want more challenge. And it becomes much more interesting when they have that more challenge. But it doesn't actually get much harder. So while we are looking at this from the point of view of a group, that group could be a bit like a jazz group in a sense, where somebody says, right, it's your turn, you're going to do the highlights. It might drop out the handbells for this verse, for the chorus. It might be that the clarinet plays here, and so on. That's the sort of thing that's worked out. you've got the luxury of a rehearsal with the whole group. You'd like to think you're going to have that, wouldn't you? But whichever way it is, if you've got that luxury and you've got rehearsal, then who's going to play which verses, which choruses, and so on? This all works exactly the same for the handbells. So you're going to basically have something different for each verse. And it might be that you drop out entirely the handbells, or it might be that you're doing something particular because other instruments are dropping out. But of course, all of that's worked out in advance so that whoever's in charge of the group or is leading, directing from the side or plib of an instrument, that there is at least an agreed cue for what's happening in each verse, each chorus, and so on. And I think I mentioned it right at the beginning, but this is very much about confidence. And I put it there in big writing just because it is the most crucial part here. And it's not really, I don't need to overstate this, but equally, the handbells are a really gentle instrument. And handbell musicians, of course, know that when they're playing with other instruments or they're outside, for instance, or in big venues, then they're a beautiful sound. But often people who are not familiar with handbells, yes, there are such people that have maybe never heard a beautiful handbell group perform, think and assume that handbells are rather clangy and rather loud. Whereas, of course, we know them as beautiful musical instruments, very impressive musical instruments that have a nuance of sound that probably surprises many that have never had the pleasure of listening to handbells. So handbells are really adding a colour. Don't think of them as being something that's going to dominate. So whatever we're doing here is very much about being confident and starting with the chords and then just being more and more creative once that confidence grows with your group. And it could be a very small group, it could be 2 or 3 ringers taking the part with whatever notes they have available. If you've got 3 4-in-hand ringers, as we often have when we're performing in different situations, then they can be heard because you choose the notes that are the higher notes. Bass notes, generally the 4s and the 3s, perhaps may not be heard above many other instruments, but you want these ringers to feel as though they're part as well. So you let them ring anyway, even though they can be seen more than they can be heard if you've got other instruments playing. So that's, again, one of the reasons that you need to be creative and also plan in advance where the bells maybe are going to be the main instrument, drop out for others, so that these notes that may not normally be heard are going to be heard in amongst the singing, or in with that singing. So I'm labouring the point here, but it's really just to say that we start with the chord that's on a measure. Often it's just one chord that's on a measure. It will change more often in some songs or some hymns. So starting off in that way, here's one that I've got as an example. We're going to get to this. So here's the first example. And we start off essentially looking at, on the music, there's a chord symbol. And on that chord symbol, then essentially in one measure, it's going to be playing only at the beginning of the beat, on the first beat of the whole measure. And that might be, for some groups, that might be enough the first time they do this, and you stop at that, and that they never get more than that. So it depends on that confidence level as to how far you go. So this is what I would write on the music, for instance, scribble it at the side and say in verse 1, we're going to have the 4-beat note. In Scotland here, we would call them semi-breves, you call them whole notes, then the half notes, then the quarter notes, and so on for verse 2, verse 3, as it goes on. So we're going to try this together in just a minute. So I'm going to bring up on screen in just a minute. I'm going to move away from the presentation. So I want you to memorize this. We don't need to memorize it really, but I'm going to remind you in a minute, but I've not got this written on the screen. So we're going to try this. Now, let's pretend that I can see every one of you. Just let's pretend that I can't, honestly, you're quite safe. But let's pretend I can see you and you're in my group. So I'd like you to join in with me. And whether you have an instrument or not, you can use your hands and simply pretend, air ring for me. And I want you to choose whatever 2 notes, or 4 notes, whichever 2 notes you're used to ringing. And I want you to look at the next piece of music, and you're only going to be playing the notes that appear on the chord, as I'll explain in a second. And we'll do verse 1 first. So you're only going to be playing at the beginning of each bar, each measure. I mentioned bar there because, of course, in Scotland, that's another of these musical terms that we do differently, don't we? So a bar in Scotland, or a measure where you might be in another part of the world. So I'm going to come off sharing this particular screen. So let me just stop sharing for a second. And I'm now going to share a different screen. Just bear with me a second, make sure I've shared audio. And we're going to bring up, I use MuseScore as the music program. So this is MuseScore that you'll be seeing any second now as it comes up. I used to hope you're seeing it. Yes, I can see that you're seeing it now. So MuseScore, a very nice free piece of software for notation for music. And it does nice things. Now, normally, remember, we're not really looking at this as being a printed version. I would be using the music that was already printed and bought. I'm using this MuseScore just for the purpose of this presentation so you can see how this works. But on the day, whenever you're working with a group, then you would be using your printed score that you would normally have for your singers, for your instrumentalists, and you would take that copy and you would mark on the chords and the notes in that chord. So I've only done this here as a print version, if you like, so that you can see it working. Whereas in reality, I wouldn't actually ever use MuseScore to do this. It would all be done on real paid-for versions of the music. So this is so that I can broadcast this and let you hear the chords as it plays. So I just need to move something on screen here so that I can see that and see the controls. Not that you can see me moving that, but I'm just telling you so you're wondering what I'm doing and why my eyes are moving on the screen to see the different parts. So what I'm going to do in a second is I'm going to play this, so you'll hear the melody line. You won't hear the words, by the way. You'll just hear the melody, and you'll hear the chords played. And I'd like you to imagine that you are playing whatever two notes, perhaps, that you're normally familiar with ringing. Just choose two. If you're used to ringing way more, then just choose two for the moment, just to make it simple for yourself. And then you can see that the chord on this score, the first chord there is written, it's a G. So I know, and if you know that already, that if you maybe had to look it up, if you're not familiar with what's the notes in that chord of G, then it's G, B, and D. And I've written that under the score, just because that's how MuseScore does it on this particular program. So if I was doing this in reality, remember, this would be a printed score. It wouldn't have had these letters, and it would have left the G at the top and just written B and D on top of the chord symbol, so that people then can glance at that and see, oh, that's my note. So I want you to look at that. I'm going to make it slightly larger, so that might help as you're looking at it. And I'm hoping that you can see that large enough on whatever screen you're working with, so that it's not too difficult. If you're looking at this on a mobile phone, it might be a bit of a challenge. Not impossible, but it might be a bit of a challenge. So if you remember I said to memorize what was in each measure. So in the first verse, I said simply play on the first beat at the beginning of the measure. So just as what you're going to hear at this point. So when I click play on this, then it will play only that chord anyway. So I want you to be ready, and all I want you to do then is look underneath, or right above, underneath the music, but above the lyrics, and then just play that. Now I'm going to use my hand here, so if you're able to look at both things at once, this will be bringing you in. So it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, then 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, and so on. So you get the idea. So straightforward. So here it comes. So imagine I'm staring at you right now and I can see you ringing or not ringing. So if you're sitting there having a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or a glass of water, as I am here, then I will notice that you're not ringing. Now remember, we're only pretending. I really can't see you. But I want you to come along with me and join with me in this and just give it a go to see whether or not, is this actually as easy as it looks? Yes, it is. But it does have wee challenges as well. So that's why I want you to try this. So here it comes. Are you ready then? After I count 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to stop there. So although we didn't complete that, I just wanted to point out that I said only play on the first beat of each measure. But you noticed that there were a couple of measures that had two chords, two different chords. Now, for the purposes of what I would have done with my group, I'd have just said ignore that second chord for the moment. It will come to play later on. So we're going to go back to the beginning again. Now you've got the idea of just how simple this is. This is the basic starting point. So if your group has never done this before, please don't leap ahead to the next part and the next part and the next part when it gets more and more complicated, because it will slightly fry their brain if they do that first. So starting at the simple, and I want to try that again right from the very beginning. So here it comes again. 1, 2, 3, 4. To stop that. Now, clearly, it just goes on, and that's all you're doing. So it's not complicated, is it? That's fairly straightforward. You're thinking, this is a whole session, and this is all he's going to tell me. No, there is more. There is more, honestly. So just to make it slightly more complicated, though, so you'll see then that's the starting point, beat 1. That's it. Then next time round, beat 1 and beat 3 of every measure. So at that point, that's where you saw where there were changes of chords halfway through. So in other words, on beat 3, then you're going to do something different. Now, this is a relatively slow tune, of course, and I've chosen these tunes just because they're ones that we've used in the past. So I had already worked out for these ones examples of how it might work. So just going to get you to do that again, but just a little bit. In fact, I might just start at, yes, I'll just start at 14. So we're starting at measure 14, and now we're doing 2 chords per measure. So on beat 1 and on beat 3. Are you ready then? So from bar 14, measure 14, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll stop there. So it's not really much more complicated, is it? So now we're simply going to move on a wee bit. It's still not complicated, and you're simply going to now play on every beat. No rhythms, no fancy rhythms at this stage, but simply on every beat. So for that, our measure 23 that we're going to start at, which is just where we stopped just now. So measure 23, where it's got the A minor chord, it says there. So I'm just up there so you can see underneath you're playing an A, a C, and an E, right? Okay, so it's going to be 2 of these, and then you've got to change to the G, the B, or the D, whichever notes you have in your hand, remember. So here it comes. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Okay, and we would stop there. Now, just as a little rule of thumb that I do with my groups anyway, is that I tell them don't play interludes and don't play after the singing has stopped. So other instruments, piano, organ, other instruments may have something else. But for the purposes of chord type work that we're talking about here, we don't want to muddy that and do interludes. That could be something else that becomes more advanced. But for the purposes of just now, we're not looking at slightly more advanced, we're only looking at that. So I'm going to stop sharing that again. So we're going to look at a slightly more complicated thing now. So if I go back to the presentation, back to where we were. There we go. Hopefully this will come up now with the presentation where we left off. Yes, it does. Well, it's always reassuring that it does, though. Let me tell you just how reassuring that is. There we go. Right, so this is just varying it very, very subtly, not a great variation, this particular next thing. And if you do have a whole group, you might consider, and this is a 6/8 piece, for instance, and could go quite fast, I suppose. We're not going to take it particularly fast, but it is relatively fast. So therefore, we're only looking at doing it on beat 1, beat 2 in each measure. So and so on. Now, what I've suggested here as a slight variation is that you might say, so on beat 1, you only play a certain range of notes. Now, I just happen to have said here F5 and below, but it could be anything. You might start with the F5 and above on beat 1 and beat 2, F5 and below. And that gives a little bit of variety, changes that colour that people are hearing. And then, since I'm going to be switching to the music in a minute, I just simply want you to remember that. So if your notes that you are imagining that you've got in your hand right now, if your notes are F5 or below, then you're going to play on beat 1. If your note F5 or above, so F5, you're going to be very busy. Then you play on beat 2. Then when we come to the next bit, we're going to look at that rhythm. Ta-ti-ti-ti, ti-ta-ti-ti-ti. You can see in verse 2. Ta-ti-ti-ti, ti-ta. But it's the same chords, remember. So I'm just going to stop sharing again. So we'll go to that piece of music again. And share screen. It's obviously so much quicker when you're live in a real place rather than trying to do this virtually where you're switching between 2 different programs. But bear with me, and I'm glad you're still there. I can see you. No, remember, I can't. But I'm pretending that I can see you, so you're scared. And you think, oh, I better do it. I've got my notes. Malcolm, I'm ringing. Really, I am. I hope you are. So what we're looking at then is the next piece, and this is exalted. So you can see it's 6/8 time. And just make it slightly bigger on screen so that if you're on a smaller screen, you're able to see, I'm hoping, these chords written out there. So remember what we were doing was simply playing on beat 1 and beat 2. So that's tan, 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 and so on. So ta, 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 ta. That's how the tune's going to go in a second. So are you ready for this? So just as if it's verse 1, where you're playing on the first group of 3 eighth notes, quavers as we call them in Scotland. I know, it's a different language, isn't it? Separated by a common language. Who said that? That was Churchill. Anyway, so let me just get the controls. I need to move slightly to be able to do this. You can't see that happening, but it is, I promise you. I can now see the controls to make this work. Let me just let you hear it first of all. So pretty fast. It could obviously go faster, but this is the speed that we're going to go at. So you're looking again at the chords that are written underneath, and you're playing just your 2 notes, whatever your 2 notes are. So you're just seeing how easy or how difficult. So you know your ringers, but you know yourself as well. How easy is that to actually pick out my notes quickly to do what I'm suggesting here? So here it comes. Now remember, of course, what you're hearing on screen is only the chord at the beginning of the measure. You're not hearing what you'd actually be playing. I'm watching you, I'm watching. Here it comes then. 1 and 2 and down. Now, that was obviously faster than the first tune that we did, and that might have been more challenging. So when you were thinking perhaps at the beginning, is that all there is to it? Yes, that is all there is to it in some respects. But you also just varied it slightly, remember, by having lower notes, high notes, or the other way around, high notes and lower notes. Now we're going to do what I said was the second verse, and you might have forgotten already. What was that rhythm again for the second verse? Well, the rhythm for the second verse was as it is here in this measure here. So just highlight that. So it's ta ti ti ta ti ta ti ti ta ti ta ti ti ta ti ta ti ti ta ti. So all the time that you're looking at your notes for the chord, you're playing that same rhythm. So I've decided, when I've looked at that piece of music, I think this is going to work as one rhythm that they play throughout the whole chorus, verse, the whole thing for verse 2. So are you ready for this? So this is getting slightly more complicated now, isn't it? I'm just going to make that slightly smaller again. I hope you're not getting seasick as I move that around the screen. Just trying to make sure that you can see the notes. So remember the rhythm is ta ti ti ta ti ta ti ti ta ti ta ti ti all the time. But you're changing the chords at the beginning of each measure, or if there's two chords in a measure, you're changing that one ta ti ti ta ti ta ti ti ta. And that's easy when it's slow, but it's not slow. So here it comes. Are you ready for this then? After 2, 1 and 2 and 1. Now, it maybe felt like it was starting to get slightly more challenging just to keep the speed, but also it starts to get more satisfying. So you're now doing something that requires you to really concentrate because it's going at speed, because that's generally what praise songs are going to do, aren't they? And also it's in 6/8 time, and you're changing chords, and you've got a different rhythm for each verse. So on my music, the printed music that I would have had handwritten on top of, I would have simply said verse 1, this rhythm, verse 2, that rhythm. So you'd have seen that. So we're going to go on to another piece just now, so I need to stop sharing that and share back to the presentation. It's exciting, this, isn't it? Well, just say it is. Humour me, just pretend that it's exciting. I'll believe you, because I can't see you. But I'm assuming that you're there, so, and that nobody's gone off and had a cup of tea. It's just me trying to have a glass of water. So this is where it gets even more complicating still. And just as a reminder that when I was talking right at the beginning, that to the audience, to the listener, to the congregation, to whichever group it is that's listening to you playing or joining and singing along with you, it's, a piece of music can sound so much more complicated than it actually is to play sometimes. Now, this has that effect that you're going to have the effect, what we're about to do now, of adding passing notes to the chords. And I'll show you what that means basically. So you're starting on one particular note and you're moving up a step or down a step, depending on the instructions that I've given. So that the ringers know what to do, then I put this into the presentation. So here's how I notate it first of all. So handwriting this onto the piece of music so that as well as what chords are going to be played in each measure, I've written at the side on each piece of music, for verse 1, you're going to do that rhythm. Ta, 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 ta. That's the simple one to start with, okay? But really look at verse 2. So this is where it starts to get more complicated. And more complicated for only if you have both notes. So I've put this in the notes, as you can see there, it says, if you have the note and the note above it, as you can see in verse 2, as I've written there, I've got the note and the note above. So ta, ti, ta, 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 ti, ta, ta. If you have that note, so your left hand and your right hand, in other words, if you have both of these notes, then you play ta, ti, ta, 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 ti, ta, ta. If you don't play that first note, you just ignore it. And the next person doesn't try and play it either. Now, the reason for that is if everybody did it, it would sound somewhat medieval, because it would sound like there was a whole load of parallel fifths all moving on at once, possibly. So to avoid that, that's basically the rule. If you don't have the two notes, just don't do anything. Just play the first note only. So you get the chord, but not passing notes. So the passing note only happens if you have both notes. So that avoids strange sounds, but also to the ear, it makes it sound like, wow, that's really impressive. Now, when you're joining in just now, all you're having to do is work out which ones you're going to be playing. And we're going to use a tune that's quite slow, but seeing as how I'm speaking to you here from Scotland, and this particular tune and the lyrics that go with it were written from Scotland, from the Iona community. And many of you will know many of the works of John Bell and Graham Moll, sadly now no longer with us, but John Bell still is. John Bell and Graham Moll, of course, wrote fantastic songs, many of them for the Iona community, as many other writers too. But I thought I must include one from the Iona community since I'm speaking to you here from Scotland. So this particular one we're going to do in a second, and I'm going to remind you as we do this what we're going to be doing as the rhythms. So while I move back to the music, you'll not be able to see what it is. So all I'm going to do is, if we're doing verse 2, then it'll be ta, ti, ta, ta. So you can see my hand is replicating the movement of on your left hand note, ta, right hand note, ta, ti, ta, 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 ti, ta, ta. Whereas when we get to verse 3, guess what? It's going to be ta, ti, ta, 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 ti, ta. I use the French rhythm names, by the way, in case you didn't recognize that. So I'm just going to then move back to the music. So I'm going to stop sharing that screen again. I'm playing on multiple screens here, by the way, which is why I keep looking around trying to find where the buttons have moved to. So I just go onto that one, share screen, and make sure I've shared the audio again. And the tune we're using here, it's a traditional Scottish melody, in fact, but the lyrics by John Bell and Graham Moll. You cannot measure how you heal. A beautiful one. If you haven't sung it before, it's absolutely gorgeous and very moving words, often used at funerals. So it's a relatively slow piece, so that gives you more thinking time here, which is just as well, really, isn't it? Because we've got well, we're going to go straight to verse 2. So let's just pretend that we're on verse 2, since we'll assume that you can do ta, 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 ta. That was easy, wasn't it? So we're going to rush straight on now to ta, ti, ta, 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 ti, ta, 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 ti, ta. So that was the note that's in your left hand. And if you have the right hand note as well in the chord, rather, if you have the right hand and you're playing your left hand in the chord, then you're going to be playing on beat 1, ta, and then your right hand note, ta, ti, ta, ta, and all the way through. So here it comes then, and I'll help you with just reminding you, ta, ti, ta, ta. So watch my hand at the same time. So here it comes from the beginning. 1 and 2, 3. Stop it at that point, and let's move straight on, pretend that we're now on verse 3. I'm just going to start from where we left off there. And verse 3, if you remember, was simply, if it's your right hand note that's in the chord, then you're going to play your right hand note on the chord on beat 1, and then your left hand on the passing note. So it's going to be ta, ti, ta, 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 ti, ta, ta, whatever the chords are, remember. So here it comes then. Are you ready for this? And this is starting at, I've already forgotten. Oh yes. So we're starting at that chord of D minor. So just there. You can see that one. Hope you can see that. Here it comes. 1 and 2, 3. And there you have it. So that's the passing notes. Now, just going to stop sharing again. And moving straight back to the presentation. Just need to get that, sharing. There we go. I'm really keeping Derek on his toes. So glad that Derek Nance is doing all this in behind the scenes to make sure that my picture appears and doesn't cover up things. So that one was simply then passing notes added by me having chosen where they were and how they were going to work. So not a huge amount more work for the ringer's point of view. They simply had to know which chords in each bar, and then on verse 1, verse 2, verse 3, to slightly make that a wee bit more interesting. So it becomes interesting, challenging, satisfying in equal measure. So the next slide is essentially allowing the ringer, once that confidence barrier is got over, once that confidence has grown, then they can start to use the ideas from previous things. And on a particular verse, it might be as the music moves on, that they can improvise around about whatever the notes were on the chord. So they can use the same ideas of above and below, but instead of being hidebound by me having said, you're going to be on beat 1, you're going to do this, on beat 2, you're going to do that, and so on, they can essentially then react to the music all the way through the music. Now, this is where absolutely confidence is key, in case you didn't already hear me saying that before. As you can see here then, I've simply said in verse 1, in the last piece that we're going to look at, and many of you will know this, I'm quite certain, shine, Jesus, shine. In this particular example then, simply starting at the basic of every 2 beats. So beat 1, beat 3 in our 4-beat measure. Verse 1 chorus was simply making it 1 beat every beat. And then you can see verse 2 doing exactly as we did in the last one, where you're going the note itself and the note above, then back. So it's ta ti ta ta ti ta ta ti ta ta all the way through, at the same time as reading the chords. And that's why you keep the rhythm simple. And then when we get to the last verse, you still stick with on the beat. You would play the chord notes, but the ringers are free to do whatever they like, any rhythm. So I want you to go straight to that idea here, because this is our last one. And I want you to think about what could you do? And you're having to imagine this in your head, I know. You're not hearing the beauty of this, but actually it's incredibly powerful if people are confident, and it always comes back to that confidence is key. So I'm going to get you to have a go at this piece in just a second. So I'm just going to stop sharing that screen now that you can see what you need to do, and share again the music. So bring up the music. And this is the last of the pieces, because we are nearly finished. So, and this is verse 3. We're pretending it's verse 3. Okay, so verse 3, you look at that chord, you can see on that first chord, you put A, C sharp, E on the first chord, if you happen to have these notes. But you're going to make sure you play on that beat, these notes, but then do anything else you like. So it could be any complicated rhythm you like. Now, you have to imagine in your head, and believe me when I tell you, this is going to sound amazing, because you can't hear it, can you? You can't hear that sound and that whole effect with everybody else. And it will take a bit of confidence. I just want you to try it though. So any rhythms you like, try not to stick to the rhythms that the singers are doing, because that is actually a sign of not being confident if they're just playing the rhythms. I want you to play any rhythm at all, any fancy thing that comes into your head that just feels right. So here it comes. Are you ready for this? This is the last one. So I'm watching you. And so here it comes. I've just got to move my controls out of the way to allow it to come back. So here it comes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, I'm going to stop there because we are just about out of time, but I'm imagining in my head that in your homes, you are going with your rhythm. So well done if that was you being creative. And I'm just going to stop sharing that screen to go back to the presentation for the kind of final wee slides. So let me just get that back up. And I did say right at the beginning that, you know, this is as complicated, if you like, as you want it to be. It's a very basic idea, but simply choosing other ideas round about it and providing a framework, as you saw at the beginning ones. That might be, for some groups, that might be all they ever do. It's just simply the chords on the beat. And then when they do get more confident, or even if some of your group are more confident, even some of them doing the creative parts makes all that difference. So here are some general tips just to finish it off. And it is to allow singers to take a breath. I know it probably seems very obvious, but of course, ringers are generally not often accompanying singing. So sometimes it just needs to be said. Make sure that you're listening to the singers or the other instrumentalists, because they are more powerful than you. You're not really, as handbell ringers, leading the singing. You're accompanying the singing generally, because you're not loud. You're adding a colour, a flavour on top. And my suggestion, and it's only mine, you can do what you like really, it's your group, but don't play the interludes with the chords, because somebody will probably play something else. It might be a piano, whatever it happens to be. When they're not singing, don't play. Whatever you decide in advance, just make sure you've agreed it in advance and you've written that, or the ringers have written that on their copy of their music, what they are going to do in each verse. So when I start with my notes, it's the chords and the letters in the chords. But beyond that, I've said it before, confidence is key. Absolutely, confidence is key. So I very much hope you've enjoyed that. And if you do have any questions, I know that we're going to get the chance now to hear some of these questions. But if you do want to get in touch and to say you've tried this and it was great, or it was terrible, and how can we make it better, then do please get in touch. That's my website address there. Then there's a contact form on there. Just ping me a message, and we're delighted to hear how you got on. So thank you very much, everybody.
Sweet. Great. Fantastic. Thank you, Malcolm. That was just unbelievable. I got a lot out of that. I didn't introduce myself before. I'm Glenn Haskell, and I'm the past chair of Area 10. And with us today is Diane Barnes, who's our event coordinator, and Carolyn Valentine, who's our Alaska State chair. Good to see you guys. We had one question in the chat from Margaret Ann. She said, with the passing notes, do you only advance one ringer at a time, or is it more like passing chord, like a passing chord with two or three,
you're not
possibly three
passing. Yes, you're not passing to the other ringer, and so if you don't have the two notes, the other person doesn't attempt to pass. So if you have in your left hand the lower note, you play the upper note. If you don't, nobody does anything else on the passing part. And that avoids then having too many notes. And also not all ringers are as confident, so that also helps to just avoid having too many passing notes, which would make it slightly different sounding. Hope that makes sense.
Great. Hope that answers your question. Diane, did you have a question?
I just, ones that I came up, one was when you're doing the chords and you've got 3 octaves, you might have the root of the chord in 3 different people. Do you always try to have the root of the chord the lowest note, or you just don't care?
Don't care. And part of the reason, it's a good question though. Part of the reason though, as I think I mentioned earlier, about the nature of bells by comparison to other instruments. I mean, even a single flute can be more overpowering than an entire 5-octave set of handbells in some senses. So when you've got singing going on, really most of your bass notes, sorry Glenn, because I know you're a bass ringer, but most of the bass notes aren't going to be heard. They're not going to be heard, really. They add a colour, and you're aware of a feeling of the notes ringing, and you can certainly see them. but really it makes not the slightest bit of difference if you're ringing the bass, the root of the chord, or otherwise, honestly.
Great. Carolyn, did you come up with any questions on your side?
Sure. How many ringers at the most could you put up there with a during, ooh, what's the word? A praise band. You know, you don't want to have a whole bell set up there. And do you do four in hand with your ringers? What do you do?
Well, if we're talking about me in Dunblane, then we have a vast cathedral. So we have a lot of space. But my point before is that, you know, you could have three ringers that are four in hand and very confident, and they could be as impactful as a 5-octave group. But it all depends where you are, isn't it? That, you know, if you don't have the capacity, a stage space, if you like, wherever you happen to be performing, if you don't have that space to have a 5-octave group with all the tables, then you just have to work with what you can actually accommodate. And it might mean that you're not going to have the whole handbell ensemble playing if that's the space physically that you've got. So that's why I said right at the beginning that this is not me trying to share ideas about what you must do. That, you know, some people would say that handbells have no place. Some people would say they absolutely do have a place. I would suggest if you're in that category that says, I would like to see if it would work, then see what works. But if your physical space limits what you can actually fit in with lots of other instrumentalists, then clearly you have to compromise, probably.
So a follow-up question. What would be the minimum number of bells to make this add some color and sparkle to a piece?
So if you're a bell tree ringer, is Barbara here today? If you're a bell tree ringer, then obviously you just need the one ringer with whatever range of bells. But I'm a 4-in-hand ringer, I do it all the time, and I really enjoy 4-in-hand ringing. If I could do it with just me, with just 4 notes, then absolutely I can add that colour in. And obviously you change key depending on which thing you're in, and you have to avoid lots of lifting and laying. But that's what makes handbell ringing fun. So I would say there's not really a limit. It's the creativity in what you do to add that colour and which notes you then choose. Because for me anyway, if you've only got the 7s, for instance, then they can sound not quite so pleasant on top of everything else. If you've got the 6s and the 7s, as a different matter, it adds a depth. So if I've got the upper 5s and the 6s, that's where I would want to concentrate. If I only had 1 ringer, 2 ringers, 3 ringers, it would generally be the upper 5s and into the 6s.
Okay, so Derek had a question. He wants to know, what has been your ringer's favorite piece to ring along with?
Oh, actually, I'm not sure. No, I don't know, actually, because I don't often ask them. I run a benevolent dictatorship. So they ring what I tell them to ring, and I'm sure they really enjoy everything that we do. But often, actually, of course, they don't get the choice. I don't get the choice of what songs are sung. That's decided, and we go with whatever it is that the ministers have chosen or whoever's leading the group, the worship. I think it depends on the ringer and how experienced and confident they are. That some will stick to the 1 chord per bar, per measure. Others will want to be looping around and doing lots of improvisation, going up and down between the notes, the passing notes, and all that stuff very quickly. Whereas for others, it's quite a struggle just to stick to changing chords and looking for their notes. So within a group of pairs, and I'm sure that's the same with lots of groups around the world, you will have that mix of confident, able to just look at a piece of music for the first time and just go with it, look at a chord and think, oh yes, that's mine. So that actually makes it work really well because it avoids everybody doing everything and perhaps spoiling the effect.
We're running out of time, Malcolm, but I wanted to ask one last question. As we noticed, you said the word bell trees, and Barbara Brocker suddenly appeared, and she wants to know if you've tried this concept with bell trees.
Yes, I have, and it works, but it's not something that I would do very often, simply because that while I like ringing, I would actually much rather have all of the ringers feeling that it was about them. So it does work, but when you're running a group and you're in charge of a group, I want my group to take part and not feel that someone is dominating the scene. But yes, Barbara,
Okay.
absolutely. Go for it.
Yeah, go for it. Okay, well, we need to move on. We got to stay on the schedule this morning so we can get to lunch at right time. So, Malcolm, thank you so much. Fantastic
Pleasure. Thank you very
presentation.
much.
And we enjoyed hearing from Scotland. I hope to see you in Nashville in
Right,
years.
We'll see you in Nashville.
Yep. Okay, so back to me. Our next speaker this morning, remember now you can donate to help us out. So go to our website, go to Area 10 website, and then down to the event, the actual website for this event. You'll find all the information, the PDFs, information on the speakers, and a place to click on Donate Here on PayPal. So our next speaker is yes. Let's go to the schedule for just a minute so we can get the next speaker set up. Thanks. And we're back. So, our next speaker is Jason Krug. He's a native of Indianapolis, Indiana, and he holds a degree in music from MIT. He's a full-time freelance composer, arranger, clinician, and teacher. Since his first publication in 2006, he's had over 400 compositions and arrangements accepted for handbells, piano, strings, organ, and choir. His works have been featured at numerous festivals and workshops in the United States and beyond. He is also owner and editor for Grassy Meadow Music, which publishes sheet music for handbells, piano, and strings. In his spare time, Jason enjoys writing. He has spent several years working on a young adult fantasy series, The Sidonian Chronicles, and recently released his first nonfiction book, The General Theory of Creativity. He frequently participates in the National Novel Writing Month event in November, and Jason continues to live in Indianapolis with his wife Ellen and his sons Daniel and Malcolm. You can find him on the web at jasonkrug.com and grassymeadowmusic.com. So here's Jason Krug.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It is great seeing you all. Malcolm, again, great session, great information. Thank you so much. So we are here to talk about handbell composing for beginners. Before I get going, let me say I am monitoring the chat. So if you have questions while I am talking, while I'm composing, please put them in chat and I will do my best to answer pertinent questions as we go along. Before we do actually delve into it, one thing to realize, what I'm about to show you is about probably 3 semesters worth of actual classes crammed into a 60-minute class. So things are going to be very fast. So if there's something that you don't understand or you have further questions about, my email is on the handout. Please do email. The other thing is, what we're talking about here, the way I'm going to show you is a way to do it, not necessarily the way. So take everything with a grain of salt. If you have a different way, that is just great. So we are going to get into it, and let me move myself out of the way here. we're going to quickly go through the information here, and then we're actually going to compose a piece ourselves. In thinking about how to set this up, this is sort of designed for for anybody who has no idea at all, even remotely, how to compose, but would like to, all the way through, I've done a little bit, but I'd like to know how to do it more or do it better. So before you even think about thinking about beginning to write for handbells, or for any instrument for that matter, there's a couple of things you should know. You do not need to be an expert on this. This is not, don't even start until you are completely proficient with all of this. But you should have at least a little knowledge, enough that you can work with it. And the first is music theory. If you took music theory in college, high school, anything like that, you probably have enough to go on. If not, seek out some information. Just searching quickly, I came across musictheory.net. Just very basic, understanding rhythms, scales, chords, basic harmony. Just a baseline understanding of that will make your composing far easier and much easier to get through. If you are here at an Area 10 handbell event, I'm assuming you already understand the basics of handbells, the anatomy of the bell, how it goes together, how it works, how the sound is produced, all the different techniques you can do, what a 2-octave set, a 3-octave set is. Anything like that. Again, you should know already, I'm guessing, since you're here at a handbell event. If not, do things like you're doing now. Attend a handbell event, either virtual like this, in person. National Seminar is next month in Phoenix/Glendale, Arizona. A great chance to pick up all sorts of knowledge on this front. Talking to handbell ringers, being members of handbell groups on Facebook, email lists, even just connecting with other handbell musicians and directors in your city. Anything you can do to increase your knowledge there is going to help. Learning about styles of that was an awful circle. Styles of idiomatic music for handbells. Listen to a lot of handbell music. If you heard a great concert last night as part of this event, there are all sorts of groups that are putting out virtual concerts right now. Even just go to handbellworld.com, Heights Handbells, any other handbell retailer, and just pull up and listen to demo recordings just to get an idea of what does and what does not work for handbells. When you find a piece of music you like, ask yourself, what do I like about it? What don't I like about it? And then if you are wanting to compose, pull up the score, because you go to Jeffers Handbell and they have the PDF score. Find the place that you like, that had the sound you liked, and see what does the composer do that gives that effect. And it's all about just getting extra tools for your toolbox. Oh, I want this sound. Here's how I accomplish that. And as much of that information as you can gain. Now, with that out of the way, we move on to things you should do before you even think about thinking to begin. And that is 2 very deep questions that are going to have, okay, why is that getting bigger? I don't know why that's getting bigger. They're really going to determine what you are writing and who you are writing it for. So why do you want to write? You might want to write a piece of music because you have a very eclectic mix of abilities and bells at your church, and you want a piece that they can handle. You might want to write because there's a local community group that you are friends with, and you want to be able to write something for them. You might want to write for publication. You're not actually involved with any group, but the thought of seeing a piece of yours published is really exciting. All of those are valid, but you need to know going in what your reason is for writing, and you need to know who you're writing for. If you're writing for your ensemble at church, you know who your ringers are, what your range is, what they can handle. If they are used to ringing whole notes and half notes, you're not going to send them something that has, you're not going to write them something that has 16th notes. If you only have 2 octaves, you're not going to write for 5. even if you are just writing for publication, get a target ensemble in mind. I want to write this for a 5-octave choir that can handle level 2+ music. Have that ensemble in mind before you begin, so that you don't start off with something that is very simplistic with straight quarter notes, and all of a sudden it goes into quintuplets and sextuplets on top of each other and all sorts of chromatic. Make sure you keep that ensemble in mind and picture them ringing what you are actually writing. Now, we've got the groundwork down, but now before you think about beginning, there are some more things you do need to consider. The first is, how are you going to get your ideas down? It's not enough to go into a group and say, okay, you do this and this and this. You need to have a way to get it down. The first is, of course, the easiest, and you go old school, and you go low tech, and you do manuscript paper. I absolutely love these. They are from Sam Ash Music. It is 200 sheets of paper. Last time I bought one, it was $5. I did look it up. They have since upped the price to all of $5.98. If you have a Sam Ash Music near you, I cannot recommend this enough. A lot of people will go and they will spend $15, $20 on a very fancy sort of manuscript book. The problem I have when I have something like that is I then don't want to waste the paper unless I know the idea I've got is really, really good. Whereas if I've got something cheap like this that costs me, $5 for 200 pages, I'll write down anything and everything that comes to mind. And maybe, because if I waste a sheet of paper, oh well, that's half a penny that I wasted. But maybe that thing that I wouldn't have put in the more expensive book, it actually was a really good idea. It just needed a little time to sit and mature and a little bit of work to develop it. So even if you are going to use the computer, I still recommend you have some sort of manuscript paper, just because there are times you don't have access to a computer, and sometimes literally jotting notes down with pen and paper will give you some ideas you wouldn't have otherwise. The way most people are going to get their ideas down is going to be with notation software. A couple of the main ones. For example, the one that I use is Finale. You can find that at finalemusic.com. They just last week released version 27. I have not used it yet. I have no idea about it. I know version 26 that I use. I'm very happy with it. But then again, I've been a Finale user for 25 or 30 years, so at this point, the learning curve for anything else would be ridiculous. It is very powerful. It can do anything and everything you would possibly want for handbells. It is expensive. I don't know what the new purchase price is. If you do decide to go this route, I know that they at least used to, I think they still do, they have a theological discount. So if you are part of a church, you can use that fact to help you get a discounted version of it. But again, it's a little hard to learn how to use, but once you learn how to use it, it's very powerful. The other really big popular one is Sibelius. You can find that at avid.com/Sibelius. Those are the two main ones, Finale and Sibelius, that people use in composing for handbells. Each one has their pros and cons, but both are equally powerful. I have taught many classes about Finale at National Seminar. Mitchell Ethan has taught many about Sibelius. And there's all sorts of resources out there just in the handbell world to help you learn how to use them. If you are looking to get started, a free option that a lot of people, including I think I saw Malcolm using this for his class, is MuseScore. And that is at musescore.org. Free download. Again, I don't feel like it's quite as powerful as Sibelius or Finale, but if you're just starting out, you probably don't need the most powerful tool in the world. So this is a good place to get started. Again, the purpose of the notation software is not to suddenly make your ideas that much better. It's to get your already good ideas down so you can share them. So any of those are great choices. And again, if you do decide to go the Finale route and you have questions about it, my email's up at the top of the notes here. Do feel free to ask. If you are going the software route, once you have that, learn the software as well as you can. Learn everything that you need to know about it. Not everything it can do, but everything you need to know. For example, with Finale, if you're doing handbells, you need to know how to input notes. You need to know how to move things between stabs. You need to know how to put in handbell articulations. You need to know how to organize the music so when you print it, it's nice and legible. If you're just doing handbells, you don't need to know about lyrics and chord symbols and all the myriad other things Finale can do. Learn what you need about your program and get to where you can do it as well as you can. To that end, you can take classes on your software. I know at least Finale, and I would bet Sibelius, there are places online where people have put together online classes that you can pay one fee for and watch a series of videos and handouts that they have put together to help you learn it. Talk to somebody who already uses the program. Maybe they can give you lessons. Again, national seminar, many years, I teach a Finale class. Anything you can to learn that as well as you can. The other option for at least getting the ideas stored so you can notate them later is make an audio recording. I used to have a little digital recorder. Most of us have one of these, and most cell phones have some sort of audio recording program on them that you can go and you can go through, record your idea, sing it. No one's going to hear it. The only person who's going to hear it is you. So I know your voice doesn't sound the way you want it on a recording, but record it down anyway, and then you can go and notate it at your leisure. Once you've decided how you are going to get that idea down, ask yourself, what am I going to write? Am I going to write an original piece or an arrangement? An original piece has the virtue of you can write basically whatever you want, take the melody and the harmony wherever you want to. It's up to you. The downside is you got to come up with all of that. The upshot of an arrangement is you've already got a melody defined for you, and it's one that probably a lot of people know. You already have probably the harmony laid out for you because it's probably a hymn or something similar, and the harmony's there. The problem is, how do you make your arrangement different enough and unique enough and exciting enough that it stands out from all the other arrangements of that hymn that are out there, or even just the congregational version? Again, ask yourself, what level do you want to write? If you're writing for your level 1 group, you have to approach it very differently than if you're writing for a level 5 advanced ensemble. What style? Do you want it to be slow and lyrical and musical? Do you want it to be fast and upbeat and really exciting? Do you want to kind of go back and forth between the two? Do you want to do, some sort of oompa style? Do you want to, do something that sounds like hard rock? Figure out the style you want to do before you even begin. Otherwise, you'll be spending a lot of time rewriting. If you are doing an arrangement, and there goes my circle getting bigger again, what piece are you going to do? Decide. You can't start an arrangement of a piece until you've decided which piece you're going to do. Pick a piece your ensemble's going to enjoy ringing, either your personal ensemble or your mythical ideal ensemble that you're writing for publication. More to the point, pick a piece you're going to enjoy arranging. You will never see an arrangement of Ding Dong Merrily on High with my name on it because I cannot stand the piece. So I'm never going to take the time to arrange it because I don't care enough to do so. So don't pick someone thinking, my group's going to love this, but man, I hate this, because then not only do you do that, do you arrange a piece they're going to love, but you hate, but then you're going to have to direct it. So pick a piece that they're going to like and that you're going to be okay spending time with, getting to know it. Consider the tune versus your intended level. If I'm writing for level 1, something like Amazing Grace is very easy to do. I can easily do a level 1 or 2 arrangement of Amazing Grace. If instead I'm doing something like Bach's Toccata and Fugue, there's really no way to do a level 1 arrangement of that because it's chromatic and there's 16th notes and fast things. You can't make a level 1 arrangement of that. So consider your piece carefully before you pick it. Ask yourself, and again, this is for the US, and I know we sort of have an international audience here, so check in your nation. but at least in the United States, any tune that has a copyright of 1925 or before is now in the public domain. That means the copyright has expired. You can do with it whatever you want. So if you want to, you know, take a public domain tune and you want to set it to another different, you can do anything you want to with it. If it is after 1925, you will need to get permission from whoever the copyright holder is. That is a whole other class. We're not even remotely going to go into that, but there are many people in the handbell world who do that on a regular basis. They will have wonderful information for you about that. So now we've got all of that out of the way. So now, before you do actually begin, you have a couple last things to do. You need to decide on the number of octaves you're going to write. And there goes my pen getting large again. There we go. If you only have 2 octaves, and this is for your group, don't write it for 3. Don't write it for 5. Write it for the octaves that you have. Think about your key signature. To figure out what key you should do a piece in, you need to think about the range of the melody and the range of the accompaniment. If I have a tune, if I'm writing for 2 octaves and I have a tune, and my music is not, my sound is not playing. Let's see, where is it? Why is that not playing? Okay, well, my sound has decided not to play. But if it covers an octave, you want your notes, if again, you're writing for 2 octaves, you probably want your top note to not go any higher than your G6. Because if your melody covers an octave and you write it going up to A6, you're going to have your top note of your melody outside of the range you're writing for. If you're writing, say, in the key of, if you're again, say for 2, let's say you're writing for 3 octaves and you're writing in the key of B flat, well, you have an instant problem in the fact that your bass note of the key you're in is 1 note outside of your range. So again, all sorts of problems, all sorts of issues, things to think about before you even begin writing. Think about your time signature. If I'm writing Amazing Grace, I'm probably going to do it in 3/4, possibly a 6/8. But maybe I want to write something a little different. So maybe I'm going to do it in 4/4 instead. Or I'm going to do something that somebody like Derek Nance, who loves crazy key signatures and time signatures and things like that, loves, and I'm going to do it in 11/8. So again, it depends on the group you're writing for, but make those decisions ahead of time. The last thing you really want to know and think about is, getting rid of the pin on the screen, is your levels. And I've given you the link there to the notation guide. This is the Handbell Musicians of America, the official notation guide for levels, for what pieces work or what happens at which level. So for instance, level 1, you know which time signatures you can use, what note values, this and that and the other. At level 2, you see what gets added in. Just having a basic working understanding of this is a good idea. But again, in the notes, I've given you the link to the actual official guide so you can see exactly. And realize there is some sort of wiggle room here. You can have a little bit harder and you can still be within a range. But again, know what those ranges are and what you can do. So we've covered all the basics. Now we get to actually begin. This is where we actually start putting notes on the paper. Now, if you are going to write for a range of bells, so if you're not going to write for 2, you want to write for 2 to 3 octaves. My suggestion to you is to write for your small ensemble first, and then add on for the extra ranges. The first piece I ever had published, it was a straight up 5-octave piece. Sent it to the publisher. They said, this is wonderful. We'd like to publish it. Can you make it work for 3 to 5 octaves? And I had to reverse engineer a piece that literally took advantage of the entire 5-octave range and make it work for 3. And that was a nightmare I have no desire to relive, and it's not something I would wish on anybody. So my suggestion is take your smaller ensemble, if you're writing for a range, write for that. And once that works and you've got it, then add on at the ends. Now, there are various parts of a piece that we put together. I'm sorry to say, you can do these in any order, and a lot of time you're going to be flipping back and forth between them. So if you are somebody who likes things to be very straight, very linear, you can attempt to compose that way, but there's going to be some overlap. There's going to be some back and forth. But being aware of the sections that you need will help you sort of guide your piece. First off, you need an introduction. You want something that grabs the listener's attention right off the bat. You don't want to have something that 3 seconds in, they're bored. Okay, I am very picky about music. I can go through a CD of new handbell releases, like a 75-minute CD. I can usually go through in about 20 minutes because most of the pieces I listen to and the intro doesn't grab my attention and I skip right past it. Don't fall prey to that. Write an interesting introduction, something that is going to grab your listener's attention. Write meaningful melodies. If you're doing an arrangement, your melody is there, it's done, it's all laid out for you. You don't need to worry about it. But you can take some liberties with it. You can add in some passing notes, you can add in some little fiddly bits, you can change the rhythm, maybe make some notes longer, some notes shorter, all sorts of things like that. If you are writing an original tune, well, then you've got to work a little bit harder. Ask yourself, is your melody memorable? I have listened to pieces, Handbell World and beyond, that are original tunes, and that tune was not something I could get stuck in my head. I could go back after the fact, and I could not tell you at all what it sounded like. No clue. Make sure yours is not like that. Ask yourself, can you whistle it? If you can't whistle the tune, it's going to be hard to get stuck in your head. But even more important, can you stop whistling it? If you cannot get that tune stuck in your own head, you're never going to get it stuck in your listener's head. The more catchy, the more memorable, in a good way, not like annoying earworm way, but in a good way, the more you can get that stuck in your head, the easier it will be to get it stuck in your listener's and your musician's head. Then we have to accompany that melody. So how do we do it? We can do it with arpeggios, all sorts, and I'm going to try to get my finale working here. Why is that not working? Because I really would like to be able to play this for you, and that looks like that should be working. So sorry here, we're going to troubleshoot for a minute. Okay, well, we're going to close finale and open it up again, and while that's going on, we will keep looking through this. So all sorts of different arpeggios, ways to go back and forth. You can have ascending arpeggios. You can, oh, there we go. Do we hear that now? So you can have ascending arpeggios. You can have descending. You can do something like an Alberti bass, for those of you who remember that from college theory. I'm sorry. You can have something more creative. You can just do straight up block chords. And again, I hope that sound is coming through. If it's not, please do let me know. You can do chords in root position. You can do chords in inversion. All sorts of different inversions. You can ring them. You can mart lift them. You can mallet them. We've all seen the pieces that have extended. All these extended sections that, people going crazy with the mallets on the table. The best way, in my mind, and thank you for letting me know the sound's coming through, is a combination. Have parts of it that have and then other parts that have so that you get a little bit of variety. Now, in terms of what those arpeggios, chords, whatever are going to do, well, there's a couple different ways we can do it. We can be very traditional, which means if I'm in the key of C, I'm going to have my one chord, I hit the right notes, my 4 chord, my 5 chord, and probably back to my 1. I might throw in a 6, I might throw in a 2 minor, but I'm always going to... So it's a very limited harmonic language. The other option is modern, where I go... And I can basically go wherever I want to. I can do major, I can do minor, I can do chords that have these lovely dissonant, nasty sounding sort of things. There's all sorts of things I can do. And again, for my money's worth, going back and forth, having some parts be very traditional, some a little more modern sounding, that's the way to go. Then ask yourself, are you going to put the chords in the bass? Are you going to put them in the treble? You're going to put them in the battery? You're going to put them in different places? And play around. Realize if you're writing for 3 octaves, you have a lot of real estate here you can play with. So don't feel, this is always my accompaniment, this is always my melody. Go back and forth. Let things move around. Let people have some different exciting stuff. How to restate sections without sounding redundant, especially if this is an arrangement, which is the sort of piece we're going to do here in just a minute. You probably aren't just going to do the melody once and then, okay, we're done. So how do you get the melody again? Well, you can stick a repeat at the end and a repeat at the start of it and just repeat it like you would a hymn, but that's a little boring. You could copy and paste it, and it's effectively the same thing. That can be your best friend because it gets things over there, progresses the piece. But and this is a personal opinion, if the piece isn't evolving as it goes along, it's not doing its job. If it's saying the same thing in the same way that it's already said it, there's a problem. It needs to be saying it a little differently or with something else. So add some things, remove some things, add some octaves to your melody, add some different harmony notes. Maybe instead of just adding that harmony note, even if everything else is identical, makes it sound different and more alive. Add instruments, switch from bells to chimes or vice versa. All sorts of things you can do. Now you need to tie it all together, and you want to have some catchy and effective transitions between your sections. What I see, especially from a lot of beginning composers, is we take the congregational singing approach. There's the end of my first verse. Here's my second verse. And it's just, we stop and we go on. For congregational singing, that works well. That makes sense. For a piece of music like what we're writing here, have it go on. Just a couple of measures, some chords, a little extra whatever in the middle to help propel the piece into the next section. One way to do this is to use material from elsewhere in the piece. What I will do a lot of times is take whatever I have written for my introduction, and I will copy it and have some of that be my interstitial music between my verses, because it's something that's already in the piece, it's already familiar, and it says that introduction, that wasn't just there to start the piece. Look, it's an integral part of the piece, and it just ties everything together nicely. And the very final thing you want to do is you want to find a way to end the piece that leaves the listener satisfied and just a little bit sad that it's over. You want to have a way that leaves the listener breathless and wanting more, not a way that has them asking, that's it? I've listened to pieces, I have seen all sorts of pieces that composers have done that, and they end the piece, and it kind of sounds very, that's all there is? And it just stops. And you do not want your audience, there we go. You do not want your audience, your listeners, anybody like that to have that experience. So we are going to write a piece right now. Because I have exactly 30 minutes to do this, we are going to write a 2-octave piece. It could later be expanded to 3, but we're going to write a 2-octave piece. We're going to use Amazing Grace. Why? Because it's easy. Now, what we're going to do here will work with any piece. The sort of techniques we're doing here will work with pretty much anything. The first thing is set my time signature. Well, I'm doing Amazing Grace, so I'm going to be boring. I'm going to keep it in its original 3/4. I could decide later on to change, but for now I'm going to keep it in 3/4. I'm also going to keep it in the key of C because that's okay. Please play, please play. There we go. It's too soft. This is the joys of doing this live. The technology doesn't always work. Okay, there we go. So we've now got sound. So in the key of C, that melody will stay very nicely within my 2-octave range. Okay. Oh, all of a sudden I heard myself there. There we go. Okay. So I could start with an introduction, but instead I'm going to start with I'm going to start where the melody actually comes in. Now, the nice thing about notation software is it's like a word processor. If I need to move things around later, I very easily can. If I do that in a manuscript book, I have all sorts of lines and it gets very awkward. But we are going to go. So I'm going to start here. I'm going to give it about 8 measures of intro. Now you'll notice I'm already playing with the melody a little bit. Why? Everybody knows Amazing Grace. I'm not sure there's anybody on this earth who doesn't know Amazing. Okay, there are. But most people are going to know Amazing Grace. So I don't need to keep it straight right off the bat. If this is a tune that is less well known, I will give one instance all the way through. Very straightforward, very easy to hear the melody so people learn what the tune is. Then I go and I start deviating. This is Amazing Grace. Everybody knows what's going on. And I'll do it again there. So we have a melody. I'm going to change this for some reason. My template defaults to playing at about 160 beats per minute, which is a little fast for most. And that's a little slow, so we're going to boot that up to about 100. There we go. Okay, that works. So let's start off. Let's keep it simple on the accompaniment. Let's just do some nice chords. Now, you'll notice right now I'm being very good keeping my C5 and below in the bass staff, D5 and above in the treble. If I were doing this very quickly, what I would actually probably do is and just put it here, knowing I'm going to have to go and move some of those notes back later. When you're doing your rough draft, don't worry about getting it perfect. Get it down. Most of composing is not writing the piece, it's editing what you've already done. So until you have something in Finale Sibelius Muse Score, until you have something written down in your manuscript book, on your manuscript paper, my printer will even print off blank sheets of manuscript paper. It's easy to find anywhere. But until you've got something down, you can't start editing it and getting it how it needs to be. So just get it down. Wrong staff, who cares? We'll fix it later. Let's go back in here. Okay, so here we go. We've got a melody and we've got a little bit of accompaniment. Now you'll notice these chords are in very weird inversions. Okay. Okay, you go and take your music theory 101, and they're going to say you have to always write in root position. If you're doing this, I'm on the downbeat, it's the first thing I need to write in root position. Here's where things start to fall apart. When I'm writing for 2 octaves, I have very limited real estate. This is all I've got. So if I'm writing everything in root position, then when I do a 4 chord, like an F chord, I have to start it here, and I've got the 6th at the bottom of my group that nobody can't do anything. So especially for 2 octaves, but even sometimes for 3 and 4, you write chords that are not in root position, just so you have the sound there. And it's not ideal, but it does work. That's one of the quirks of our instrument. So we've got our melody, we have added in our accompaniment. Here's what we have. And let me do this. Finale gets very picky. If you don't do things right, it's software, it's quirky. Okay, so there we go. Is this wonderful? No. Is it something down that I can work with later? Yes. And yes, Derek, you're right. That is, it didn't get mentioned, but I do a live stream every Wednesday at 1:30 Eastern. You can find it, and maybe Derek will put the link down there, twitch.tv/bellcomposer. Free to join. Come and attend. We talk in chat. It's silliness. It's craziness. Most of the time, it's me composing. And yes, most of the time, it's me fighting with Finale. So I've got some stuff. I can already hear things I want to change. I'm not going to worry about that now. What I am going to notice is I just started putting in this little bit of sort of transition stuff here. We go for technical terms on the stream too, transition stuff. If I follow my own advice, I want to take this and I want to stick it up here and have this be part of my intro. And let's stick a little something up in here. And again, I have done this for enough years. I've got a pretty good sense of what works, what doesn't. It takes some time to develop that. So please, nobody look at what I'm doing here and think, if I can't do it that way, that fast, that easily, I shouldn't be doing this, okay? There are very thankfully no videos of the first pieces I was writing 20, 25, 30 years ago, because they would be painful for all involved. Okay, if you are just starting out, it will not go this fast, and that is normal, that is fine. Okay, I've done this enough that I have some idea what works, what can and will work, how chords will work, how things will sound. So it is a learning process. So please don't take my speed here. This is me trying to get a piece written in the next 21 minutes. So we've, excuse me, we have added in our introduction now, and it will go, excuse me, one of those days. It will go into our first iteration of the theme and then on into our next transition. And it would keep on going. Now, I know I said I wasn't going to go back and fix, but this is driving me crazy right here. So again, you'll notice already I'm taking those steps on the handout I did, and I'm doing them out of order. So composing is very much a back and forth. If you are somebody who thinks very, very linearly, you can try it, but it's going to be hard. Yeah, Derek, Diane, could one of you, or Daryl, could you put the link to the stream in chat, please? I don't know if it's blocked for some reason. If it is, I will put it up on screen at the end. Be sure to ask me. So, because I'm lazy, I'm just going to take my rest of my accompaniment and or rest of my intro, stick it in there, and it's going to be my transition. So you'll notice, first of all, I'm being nice here and actually putting things in the right octave, right clef, or right staff. You'll notice I have now moved my accompaniment up to the upper treble, and I'm going to start putting my melody down in the bass. Why? Well, the bass bells are kind of like a dog chasing a car. They chase it, and then they get it, and they don't know what to do with it once they have it. And sadly, bass bells are kind of like that. They always want the melody. They always want something exciting, and then they get it, and a lot of times they don't know what to do with it, but we give it to them anyway because we love them. So we're going to give the melody to the bass, and technically this is battery, but we're going to call them the bass, and we're going to hope they know what to do with it when they get it. Now, I don't need to do this, but I'm going to. I'm going to change the melody just a bit here. And I'm going to hold that note a little extra to let my treble bells do a little extra something in there. It may sound awful. It may sound like the worst idea ever, but the joy of doing this on computers is I do something like that, boom, and it fixes everything. So don't be afraid to try something, because if it doesn't work, moving things around is generally easy to do. Come on. There we go. Yeah, we'll do it right. And again, do be asking your questions as we go. I am more than happy to answer as we go along. Sometimes it's easier that way. Okay. Okay, I am going to be good. I'm going to move a lot of this up to treble just because it looks silly down there in the bass. Again, eventually I would get everything in the right staff. I have 16 minutes left to finish the piece. That's not happening right now. Let's get back to layer one. And Margaret Ann, the different colors and note heads, this is finale. And so what it does, if I want, right here, this measure is a great example right here. I have different colors of note heads because there are different layers of notes. The only way to get eighth note heads sticking up and the dotted half sticking down is I stick them in what's called different layers. That may be unique to finale. I don't know if Sibelius has something similar. So all that does is it lets me put in extra. Oh, okay, get rid of it. It lets me put in more than one different stem direction. If I'm writing for like violin, I never have to worry about that because there's one note at a time. It only comes into play when I'm doing extra, more than one layer. And by default, layer 1 goes stems up, layer 2 goes stems down. So that if I know I'm going to be putting a melody down here in like DEF5, I'll automatically put it in layer 2 so that whatever I put in layer 1 up in the upper treble is stems up. So that is very particular to Finale. It has absolutely nothing to do with the validity of any sort of tune or anything like that. It's all experience that tells me I know I'm going to need to do this later. Yeah, for Finale used to just do just have the layers, and they finally decided, hey, we should make them different colors. Because it was hard to tell, is that layer 1, 2, 3, so now it defaults to different colors, so it's easy to see, but yes, it does print black. Okay, so it is the same in Sibelius. Good. Oh, come on, Finale. There we go. Okay. So, again, okay, no, I'm not. Okay, I am going to actually save this just because... Okay, no, I don't want to save it. Hello. There we go. Well, let's call it that. That way, if something happens, I don't lose everything, because Finale does have a tendency on me to crash. So let's start at the end of our first verse, and let's hear how that transition goes in. The whole piece is probably fast, too. Okay, that's just going to sound weird. We're going to go with that. Yeah, now on Finale, I can change and say make all the layers black. And I can also set it up to where it will tell me out of range notes. There's all sorts of different, again, it's all settings. I mean, I use maybe as much as 25 to 30% of what Finale can actually do. And I use more than a lot of people. So there's a lot that it will do that I don't ever touch. So... let's get rid of that. Okay. That's weird because of that E in the bass, because of melody. And we're going to put in a key change. Why? Because I'm an idiot. And here, with exactly 11 minutes left, changing key seems like a really good idea. Now, with a key change like this, I don't have to be as particular about having an interlude, because the key change is going to act as a sort of, as my interlude right there. Yeah, I do. Derek's right. I do already have an Amazing Grace out called How Sweet the Sound. And yes, it does have optional saxophone and cowbell, but... Okay, so we're coming up on probably going to be our last verse. Why? Because I like 3. I normally put 1 in minor. I didn't do that entirely here. Barb, you hear a bell tree, and you hear a bell tree. You hear a bell tree and everything, my friend. We are so lucky to have you here. Okay, so we're going to the key of D. So you'll get to see what happens when you do things in a weird way and end up with melody notes that are outside of the range. Oh, and how sweet the sound. Well, you want to try it, go right ahead. Oh, you can play the saxophone part on Bell Tree. Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how I'm going to get, because right here at measure 56, I really should have the A6 up there, but I don't have it in my 2-octave group. So we're going to work our way up to there and see what happens. Okay, not sure how this is going to go, but we're going to try it, because... Oh, finale, stop that. Okay, okay, let's put that. Okay, again, I know some of this is in the wrong staff, but we're going to go with it. Why? Because I feel like it. So, I need to have that A up there for my melody. So, I don't have that A. Now, if I'm going to write this for 2 to 3 octaves, then yeah, we can get the 3rd octave or that A up there, but I want this to work for a 2-octave group. So I can just drop the melody down here for a couple of measures and make it sort of just a different little something in there. So something like this. And a lot of times, if you'll notice as I'm going here, I don't write measure by measure by measure. I do a little melody, then a little accompaniment, and I'm sort of always going back and forth. Because to try to do it measure by measure, beat by beat, sometimes that just doesn't work. Okay, that's what we want there. So come down here to layer 2. Okay. Okay. And because I don't know what else to do, we're just going to put in a fermata there. And that should all be in the same layer, but we're not going to do that right now. Okay, so and we add in some chords there. Now, I'm going to be lazy. I'm going to come here and I'm going to grab my intro. I'm going to stick it down here. And if I'm lucky, finale will be smart, but it's not. Nope. So we'll just do this and we'll just transpose it. We'll go to the key of D. We want to transpose up. There we go. It has moved everything where I want it. And actually, I want to change this chord a little bit. Okay, yes, finale. So again, it's a lot. The thing to realize when you're doing this is it's an awful lot of playing around. Now, I have to say, in a normal 2-octave piece, I would not probably transpose from C up to G, or from C up to D, just because it causes issues. So, let's see, let's hurry this up here. And let's do that there, and there we go. We have a piece. It's not great. It has no dynamics. It has almost no tempo, no techniques, but we have a piece. And here is what we have done. So listen and see if you can hear all these parts and how we put it together. And realize it's too fast. So here's our little interlude that's just like our intro, or at least based on it. I might ultimately give this melody to chimes. There'd be a fermata there, which isn't there, but... So again, very quick, very dirty, lot of problems, but that is the general way it goes. It's put melody in, add some accompaniment, see if it works. If it doesn't, change this, fix this, switch this, and it's all kind of it's a big mishmash. The only way to get better at composing is to do it. Don't worry about if what you're writing is great, wonderful, the best thing ever. Just write. And when you're done with that piece, write another and another and another. And the more you write, the better it will get. Inka, very quickly, I would say for this, I would say probably a level 2+ or a 3- is about where this would be. Just with the key change, bell changes, but nothing too crazy in terms of, it might even come in at a straight level 2. Okay. So with that, I think we are ready to open it up to questions.
Great. Jason, thank you.
Thank you.
Jason, thank you so much. Was
My pleasure. Thank you.
Excellent. I love it. I just wanted to emphasize the part about if you're a beginner and carrying a manuscript book around. My late wife, Nancy, says that she wrote Gethsemane on a road trip back from Seattle down to Portland, and she'd pull over at every rest stop, make some notes, if something came to her head, and she'd on to the next one. So,
yeah.
It's a little story to emphasize your point there.
I can remember sitting in church and just waiting for service to begin, flipping through my manuscript book, and there I see the beginning sketches of the published piece we're about to play in 20 minutes time. So yeah.
Yeah. The other thing I was going to say is there still a finale group on Facebook or somewhere?
Not on Facebook, but there is the email group, Frustrated Friends of Finale. I don't have with me how you get part of that. Linda Lamb, I think, is still the moderator. So if you have a way to get in touch with Linda Lamb, she can get you on there. If not, again, my email is up at the top of the handouts. By all means, send me an email. And any questions you have about anything like that, just email me. Absolutely.
Great. Diane, did you have a question for us?
I had no specific questions. I just wanted to reiterate Jason's of just jumping in and doing it. My first big foray in trying to do something was a 12-bell piece for a bunch of Christmas music. 3 hymns, Angels We Have Heard on High, Angels from the Realms of Glory and Gloria, all together, because a group wanted us to play, but we weren't going to be able to have the whole bell choir, so we made, for 6 of us could do it, and it wasn't perfect. I got through it, and it needs some major changes, and I've been fussing with it since, and I've done other stuff since. So you just jump in and do it and figure it out as you go. What feels right usually works.
Absolutely.
Okay. How about you, Carolyn? Did you come up with a question while you were thinking about it?
I didn't. I didn't. I am so impressed with your organization. In the very beginning, just a question about you, Jason, in your very beginning. Mm-hmm. Do you have a background in jazz music, or was piano your first instrument? You just are so
I am self-taught on piano. Yeah, I am self-taught on piano. My main instrument in middle school and high school was violin. I picked up percussion in high school and played that all through college. A lot of my influence comes, I took a 20th century music class for a semester in college, so got very deeply immersed in all sorts of weird harmonies and things like that. I played in a Balinese gamelan ensemble, which the scale is pentatonic and the instruments are purposely detuned, so when everybody hits the same note, you get that sort of warbly effect because it's not all perfectly in tune. It's the exact opposite of what we strive for in Western music. So a lot of the weird chords that I put in, those weird notes, harmonies, that's all from basically my college education and playing experiences there, and my deranged
Jason,
mind,
how did you get to handbells, Jason?
Got married to my wife in 2000, and we started going to her church. She's 4th generation there. We joined the choir not long after we got there, and then the handbell director found out that we were both musicians and said, "So you're joining the handbell choir, right?" And so we just kind of got roped into it. And
me too.
After a couple years, the director said, "So you write music. Have you ever thought about writing for handbells?" And it's like, oh, okay. And I'm really embarrassed. when I was at MIT, there was a handbell group there because I would come back at like 10 o'clock at night through the main campus, and I would hear this tinkling off up one of the hallways. And that was the handbell group rehearsing, and I didn't know what it was, didn't know anything about it, and I basically just ignored it for 4 years at college. So a little upset about that. But
It's interesting. I was in Boston for a conference, and I wanted to hear change ringing, and the MIT change ringing team invited me to the church, and I got
nice.
to listen to the big bells. Yeah. Well, if we don't have any more questions, and we'd like to stay on schedule, Jason, thank you so much.
Thank
Another
you.
fantastic
Thank you.
not performance, another class for us all. I'm not even a composer, but now I'm interested. So we're going to turn it back over to Derek, and he's going to put the schedule up, and so he can set up for the next class. So, Derek?
Hello, everybody. I'm Shelley Geyer, and I am the chair-elect for Area 10. And I just wanted to thank Malcolm and Jason for an incredible learning experience this morning. But now we're going to get to ring. Does everybody have bells or spoons or whatever, facsimile of bells? And I wanted to take just a minute to tell you about the person who's going to lead us in our virtual choir. Okay, I'm seeing if I can point to her. Nope, wrong way. There we go. That person over there, Ellie Hodder. She is the most passionate, enthusiastic, and energy-driven handle person that I know of. She is the director of music at Murray Hills Christian Church. She's the founder of the Pacific Ringers. She is recently founded the Mount Hood Ringers, which is a new group for inexperienced musicians and ringers. She has 3 hand chime choirs at senior living facilities, and also founded the Pacific Northwest Directors and Musicians Forum, which meets every fall. When do you sleep, lady?
I don't.
That's what I thought. And besides that, she goes to handbell events, and she directs, and she teaches. And I was very fortunate to be in a class with Ellie, a directing class, and she certainly made me a better director. And so I thank her for that. So now I'm going to turn it over to Ellie, and she's going to tell us how this whole thing works. And you are in very capable hands, folks. Go, Ellie.
Okay, so the picture on my screen is not the picture that is not real time, so I don't know what you're looking at. But let me tell you what's going to happen. Because we are not in a room, well, I'm giving you new experiences. We couldn't possibly be in a room in a mass ringing situation and do this with you. So this is condensing about 3 or 4 hours of mass ringing rehearsals into 2 45-minute segments. So we will fly. The things that you want to keep in mind, particularly in this first one, which is the basic rehearsals, is that there will be mistakes, and you will hear mistakes. We did not edit the mistakes out because in rehearsal, do you make mistakes? Sure you do. It's okay. So don't worry about that. We only will touch some of the high points because in 15 minutes apiece, there's not time to do it all. So, but between there's room for a little short question and answer on each of the pieces. So what I want you to be aware of is my two goals in this is I wanted to have something for you as handbell musicians, plus that you finally get to stand up after 2 days, and also for directors. Both groups are going to learn, I hope, from this. And I'm hoping very much when you go to the second portion, which is our dress rehearsal and concert, that it will leave you hungry for going to live events, because one of the things I can tell you about doing this this video was how much I loved it and how much I miss people. So hopefully we will see you soon at all of our Area 10 events and more. Shall we take it away, Derek?
Okay, acclamation in G minor has a few rhythmic challenges to it. So are eighth notes the same? They're the same value. What's different about how eighth notes are in this piece in particular?
How loud they are.
Where the weight is. So if I'm playing even quarter notes in 4, pick up your non-dominant hand, and we're going to play mezzo piano quarter notes, left hand if you're left-handed, right-handed if you're left-handed. Did we get that right? And what I'd like you to do is to play quarter notes, counting softly, 1 and 2 and 3, go. Excellent. So where's the weight in a 4/4 bar? What number? 1. Okay, so put a little bit more weight on 1. Ready? Go. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, I'm gonna stop you because one of the things that's starting to happen already is we're racing. Ready and go. 1 and 2. Now 1. Okay, less than that. There you go. Nicely done. Now we also in this, if you start at measure 7 in D and E5 and F and G5, it's moved to a group of 3, a group of 3, and a group of 2. Still 8 eighth notes in a measure. But the weight is going to shift to the first eighth note, the fourth eighth note, and the seventh eighth note. So instead of 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 2. So try with a mallet. Pick up any mallet, okay? And in your non-dominant hand, okay, just play that eighth note, okay, the first of the group. Ready? Here you go. 1, 2, da, dee, da, da, dee, da, dee, da, da, dee, da, da, dee, da, da. Excellent. So I think we're ready to go. Okay, so let's start at measure 5. Everybody's at 5. Should we take the tempo down a little bit because this is our first rehearsal together? Let's take the temperature down. That too. Take the tempo down to 1 and 2 and 3 like that. So we're at measure 5. And what am I going to ask you to add in addition to counting? Dynamic. See, you know me so well. Here we go. Measure 5. 2 and 3 and go. 1 and 2 and 3 and go. 1 and 2 and 3 and dee da dee da da dee da dee da Stay up, watch. More. Excellent. Good. Good. Okay. So all right. Let's go from the top of 7 and see what we've got. Top of 7. Ready? Good, good. So So we have to add one more thing on that page. And that is look at what's happening for the stems up treble in 62. What does that person have? They have shakes. They have shakes with both their 6 and their 7 bell. The prime directive for all of the Star Trek fans out there in the world for a shake is for it to have a crescendo. So it's going to get louder and louder, but in order to make it possible for us to hear the strike on beat 4, stop shaking on 3, lift the bell, and then ring 4. So I'll be like this. Shake, to, lift, ring. Say it with me. Shake, to, lift, ring. Try any bell. 2, ready, and shake, to, lift, ring. Yeah, and then we can pick on a whole lot of people with that figure because it goes 2 measures, 77 and 78. If you lift on beat 4 of 78 without stopping the sound, the ring touch on 1 of 79 will be crisp and clear. Okay, so 77, the shaky people. Okay, 77, 2, here you go. More. 1, 2, yeah. Can we hear just the people who are doing the quarter notes under that? Will you join us? The quarter note people, we'll get the basses in a minute. Okay, at 77. That'll help them get more crescendo. 2, ready, and. 1, 2. Yes! Nicely done. All right, we're going to just go from, let's do the second half. Start at page 5, right at the top of 5 to the end, and see if we can have a nice clean ending, and then we'll go to the next piece. Okay? What's the dynamic at the top of page 5 in measure 3-3? Forte. Okay, so with energy, and you're stroking together. 2, ready, and. Battery. It's behind D. Okay, we're gonna back up because this is so tempting for the tempo in this piece to change. If you listen to the recording, you notice that it speeds up almost immediately. So let's all be counting because we can. We're going to start at 38 and counting like mad because it gets softer except for the battery gets the melody in measure 41. So counting so that we can be together and clean and clear with this will make a difference. Okay, 38, 1 and 2 and 3, go. 1. Counting. Make it happen. More. Breath. Excellent. And it's always okay at the end of a piece to smile and to pretend that you've been victorious, because you probably were. Okay? I even tell my 90-some-odd-year-olds, at least at the end, look up at the audience and smile, because they'll all relax and they'll know that's their cue to leap to their feet and applaud you.
So anybody have questions? Oh, we need to refresh again. I can hear. I can hear if. Better? No questions? That's not me. That's not right. Let's just go then. So the next piece is Allegro Spiritoso. And I believe that we might start in the middle. We'll be surprised together. Hopefully the person doing this tells you.
All right, so in this piece we have lots of those little upside down triangles, which are called what? Marts, martellato. If we look, for example, in measure 20, the martellatos go from A4 all the way up to the top. So a martellato, the casting is going to be damped by pressing the bell into the foam in a way that we actually get a sound as it contacts. So a martellato, the casting needs to be pretty parallel to the foam. You can move your hand so that your fingers are on the hand guard, so that, with a little baby bell, you put your fingers under there, what happens? You mart your fingers rather than the casting. So think about what's going to get the casting to make a short sound. So look at measure 20. If you have a martellato on beat 3 and 4, would you play that with me now? I'll count 1 and 2 and you're in on 3 and 4. 1 and 2 and... Nice. So we're going to go to the end, to the last page, and look at measure 97. And the last 3/8 notes of 97 are mart, mart, mart. Okay? So we're going to play those martellati. And this will also include the back row. Okay? So just where the mart's on the end of 3. Ready? 1 and 2 and 3. It's hard to keep them clean, isn't it? Let's do it again. Ready? 1 and 2 and 3. There you go. Then the only other challenge, is to ring 1 and 2 and 3 and then mark cleanly on the and. Oh yes, easy, she says. Shall we try 97? As written. 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 4. Yeah, it's harder that way, isn't it? It's much harder. Let's all do it again. We're going to do it 3 times in a row. So we'll do 3 times and stop between each one. Ready? 1 and 2 and 97. 1 and 2 and mark. Okay, and back. Do it again. 2 and 3. Here you go. 1 and 2 and 4 and 1 more time. That was better that time, wasn't it? Okay, do it again. 2 and 3. Here you go. 1 and 2. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so the other challenge is 101. You're all excited. You've been going fortissimo, you're going for broke, and the rhythm change, and all those things happen. And on beat 3, you have a mart that must be tasteful. May we start, please, on 100. And we will not finish the mallets at the end. We'll just do a tasteful mart on beat 3 of 101. Ready? 2 and 3. Here you go. Bum, 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 do mart. Oh, yeah, we came out of nowhere. Should we do it again? Let's slow it down just a hair. 3 and 4. 1, a 2, and 1, 2. Can I hear just 102 or 101? 101. Ready? And 1, 2. That mart's a challenge. Let me hear the mart. Just the mart. 1, 2, mart. Okay. Are we tempted to play it as a ring touch? It's a mart. Okay. Do it again. Just the mart. 1, 2. Am I missing bells?
I didn't play that time.
Confession. One more time. Ready? And.
I thought we were doing 3.
See how hard it is to be doing this? On beat 3. Ready? 1, 2, 1. Everybody else clap. That was nice. Everybody else clap on 3. Ready? 1, 2. Okay, now we'll add the shake. What will help you get the mark?
Being close to the table.
Well, and lift on B2. Shake, lift, and. Now on the and of 2. Shake, shake, lift, mark. Try that. 2, here you go. Shake, lift, mark. 95, please. 9-5. 3, breath. There you go. So the next thing that we need to look at is the middle of this piece. If you turn to page 3, there is a tempo change. It starts in 31, and again, we're looking at those eighth notes between Joanne and Vicky, and they have to pay attention because it's going to get slower at 31, 32, and the new tempo is going to be at 33, and the eighth notes have to know where the beat is. If the eighth notes in measure 33 are watching, everybody will have the correct slowed down tempo. All right, so okay, we're at 31, and our tempo has been 1 and 2 and 3. Okay, we're at 31, 2, 3, and 1 and eighth notes we're watching. 1 and 2 and 1 and 2. And here come the suspended mallets. Excellent. So there are 2 things happening in 33 and 34 and 35 and 36. So the eighth notes are going to have a crescendo, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And then the mallets, look at measure 35. It's a plus, no dot. Means the bells are in your hand, and you mallet it in your hand, and it will not ever damp because you made it stop. It will damp because it runs out of time and decays. So can we please start at the end and work back? 35, the suspended mallets. Okay? Let's just listen to the suspended mallet in 35. Ready? Here you go. Isn't that pretty? It's like angels sparkling things. Okay? Now the eighth notes underneath that, can you make a crescendo for a measure and a decrescendo for a measure? 33, and you be ready in 35. Just the eighth note people. 2 and 3, here you go. 1 and 2. Do that again. Excellent, excellent. And the eighth note people right there at 37 will continue that crescendo, decrescendo. You'll play that way. And we will add to that chimes. So the chimes are in the upper middle voices, aren't they? So may we start and hear just the chimes at 37. Just the chimes at 37. 2 and 3, here you go. Nice, very nice. And did y'all notice that they had their chimes above the book? Because a chime is softer than a handbell. In order for that melody to come through, it needs to have a way to do it above the book so the sound is going to me rather than to the book. May we add the eighth notes under that? We are at measure 3-7, liquid with a crescendo and a decrescendo in each measure. 2, ready, and 1, 2, 1. Do it again. Here's what I'd like you to think about. Eighth note people. I'm going to give you an image. Can I give you an image? You're going to take a breath in, out, in, out. Eighth note people are going to play, and everybody's going to breathe for you with their hands, okay? And the chimes play, okay? 2, ready, and 1. 1. Nicely done. And then it moves to a section when we're all playing the same rhythm. Right? Take a look at the bottom of page 4. Everybody has the same rhythm. 1 and 2 and 3, 4, 1, 2 and 3. Right? Everybody has that. That means you get to stroke together. I love the word stroke because it's a prettier sound. Okay? Let's look at that. Measure 4, 5, 45, 2 and 3, stroke. 1 and 2. Again, breath. It was almost there, but we have the ability to change the sound quality. We can defy physics, and I know, John, we're going to defy physics and make it musical. Imagine you're singing it. Do it again. Imagine you're singing. 2 and 3. Excellent. Do one more time. So let's go back. Let's go to measure 4, 9, the top of this page, and do all of those things that we just did well. 1, 2, here you go. Hit the pause button. Hit the pause button. We're going to come right back in at the stroke of 57. And what am I going to ask of the eighth notes? Pretty, delicate, liquid. You get to be angels that get to do something other than strike a star. You get to actually be present this time. We are right at 5, 7, 2 and 3, breath. Excellent. May I add to that a little bit more presence from the malleted bells? Okay, again from 5, 7, 2, 57, and. Yes. Good, and at this point, I bet you I have every eye. At this point, everyone has looked up because what happens next? We have bell, chime. Bell, chime, bell, chime, bell, chime. Not only alternating instrument, but we are changing the dynamic, but keeping the same gorgeous sound with both instruments. No problem. Ready? Here we go. 6, 1. 1 and 2 and 3. Okay, hit pause. Was that equal? It was bell whack, wasn't it? But we can fix that. Relax your hand. Tension is your enemy. Relax your hand. 2 and 3 and 1 and 2. Yes, better. A little more. A lot more. And turn the page. And okay, so watch. At measure 65, there's a retard, is there not? There's a retard. There's a swing down on beat 3. The next measure, there's a swing up on beat 1. And then you have 3, 4, and then whatever tempo the director has gone to. And then the accelerando, when does that start exactly? Anybody in Scotland want to try that? We can put it in the chat. When the director makes it happen? Excellent. Good. We're at the top of page 6 with the swing and the loud and the soft and the watching. Ready? 1. Okay. Okay. It has to come in together on beat 3 and 67. It's hard. It's hard. You're going to have to look up and know what happens. Most of you have the same note. So right on 67. 67, 2 and 3. Here you go. 1, 2. Almost. Let's go back. And do it from 61. Page turns are a challenge. Figure out and write in your own music how you can get over a page turn and be able to get what you have to do. Okay? We're at 61. 61, bell chime. Ready? Almost. Almost. That was a hair behind.
All right.
Okay.
The voice.
Okay. Ellie, right now there are no questions in the chat.
Okay.
So I'm suggesting that we move right into your last piece, the Calypso.
All right. Let's do that. And Calypso was a bit of a challenge because it has so many interesting and fun things. Be ready to start at measure 49. 49. I believe that's where it begins, as I recall. I could be wrong. Let's go.
At 49, we have all of the food groups. We have mallets in the bass, right? And 4 and 1, right? In the battery, stems down, treble, you have 1 and 2. And mart lift, do you not? Yes? And then the higher trebles have and 4 and 1. It's very playful. Do you know why? Because on the next page, everybody gets to be happy. And I know that because it says so in bold print. So may we start at 49. Be ready to be very happy. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2. Okay, good. Can I get more presence from the mart lift? More presence from it. 1 and 2 and 3, 49. 1 and 2. Better. Bigger and bigger. Oh boy, now we're happy, happy, happy. And isn't that a surprise? Look at that measure. 69 mallets and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. 2 and 3. I'm going to tell you that your best friend will be your memory. So take a mental snapshot. Got it? We're at 69. Look up. You'll get it if you look up. Got it? And if you make a mistake, what happens? Nothing. Okay? 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. Good. Do it a little cleaner. 2 and 3 and go. And 2 and 3 and 4. Good. And what I'm missing is I'm losing sound in the middle, and I think what's happening is that the mallets are being on the casting. Go ahead and mallet and leave the mallet head on the bell. Ready? Just with me. Now this time lift the mallet off the bell. Hear the difference? So if we get the mallet head off the casting, that last two measures will be really clean. Okay? 69. 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Good. So may we start please at the top of the page arbitrarily, which is 6-4. Is that correct? 6-4. 1 and 2, 64. Here you go. Would you trust yourselves to look up the last two measures? May we start, please, at measure 6-7, where it's soft? Trust yourself to look up. I know you can. 2, 3. Look up. Same place again. 2 and 3 and 4 and. See how clean it is if you look up? I know you can do it. I think this is about a 2.5 minute piece. Let's just for fun, we have never played this piece all the way through. Every director who is on this Zoom has said these words. 4 words. All the way through. No stopping. Okay, we'll see if you can hold my feet to the fire, see if we can make it all the way through for practice. Okay, this is our concert ender. We want to feel good about it. So the last 2 measures, you're going to do what? Look up. Okay, here we go. Listen to each other.
Okay, hi Ellie. I'm talking to Ellie's picture because something's going on with the computer stuff. Ellie, right now there are no questions in the chat, but I have a question for you. Can we go back to acclamation in G minor?
Sure.
And I know it depends on what kind of group you're working with, but I find that as a director challenging, the way it goes from, like, say, like measure 5 and 6, where you're playing straight quarter notes, and then you go into that fun rhythm at 7. And I know you didn't have time in the video to show us, but how would you introduce that that piece to, say, maybe, not a high level 5 choir, but a group that may struggle with this a little bit? How would you introduce that?
So almost everybody who's listening out here has something less than a professional level, which is they come in and they already know the music and they know how to do it. So with all groups, I look at what are the challenges, and it's the placement of eighth notes. And we did this a little bit with the mallets. So 4/4, we all know how to do 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So the difference between 4/4 and 8/8 is that rather than thinking about those big numbers, as we think about the eighth notes, we have a group of 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and there is not, I hate to use negatives, but there isn't a right way of counting this. There's the way that works for you. So it could be 1 ta ti, 2 ta ti, 3 ta, 1 ta ti. But the thing that will help to start is to count to 8 together. So everybody out there, count to 8 with us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now clap on the odd numbers. Ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now we're going to keep that counting to 8 going, but this time we're going to clap on 1, 4, and 7. So I'll give you the pace again. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. Now we're going to alternate. We're going to do, let's keep counting the eighth notes from 1 to 8. We're going to do a 4/4 measure, and then we'll do an 8/8 measure. So you can either join me if you feel confident, or wait once through and then join. Okay, ready? Here I go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, who in the world out there counts a 4/4 measure by counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? No, nobody. So count it the way you normally do and do what we just did. Ready? And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 and 2 and 3, 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's a way that, and you can do it just clapping. I suggest getting away from the table. I suggest walking and doing it. You can do it sitting around the table in the social hall, tapping on the table, or pull out spoons and cups and anything that you have available to you to make different sounds. Make it a game. But once it's internalized, then the challenge is less the terror of looking at that and saying, I never saw that before, and more, oh, I get that. I know what's supposed to happen, and I can reproduce that.
Okay.
You're a teacher first, a director second.
For sure. Thank you. I love that piece, and I was so happy that you chose it. It's got such great energy. I love it.
It is fun.
So, yes, for sure. I'm just going to check here to see if there's still no questions in the chat room here. So I'm going to suggest that we go to lunch and then come back at 12 o'clock and be ready to do some more rehearsing. And are we really going to have a concert?
Yes, so get in your dress black. You will
All
play
right.
in the concert. And
Okay.
it's a little more chatty than I would have edited, but yes, we are going to have a concert.
Sounds like fun. Okay, so folks, go get some lunch, relax, and be back and ready to ring at noon. Bye. Great morning.
Okay, I'll be back, Derek. Welcome back from lunch. I hope that you have been working hard and practicing. This is replicating a long dress rehearsal. It's down to less than 30 minutes, and then we'll have a concert with more chat than I would do in a concert, but it's for us, and that's a good thing. So your music should be in concert order: acclamation, followed by allegro spiritoso, followed by calypso, and let's go, Derek.
7-7. I want to physically see the lift at the end of the shake, right? 1, 2, 3. Can you make that note move together? Last note, ready? There you go. All right, so we're going to go back to the beginning. And this is dress rehearsal. This is the easiest piece of the dress rehearsal because in functional ways, this is the easiest piece. Okay? So looking at acclamation, we've been practicing, and you're all working hard on going back and forth between 8/8, da 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 dee, da 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 da, and 4/4, which you've been doing since you were about that tall, right? All of you. So it's keeping those counting things happening. What I would like to do is start, please, at measure 5. And when we get to measure 7, would everybody count ta-ti-ti, ta-ti-ti, ta-ti, ta-ti, so that we can get that rhythm out? And if you play it, there you play it, okay? It'll make sense. Ready? 5, 2 and 3 and go. More. Ta-ti-ti, ta-ti-ti, ta-ti, ta-ti-ta. Good. And that's something to keep going the whole time for everybody. Where does that figure come back? It's every place, isn't it? So let's look at another spot where it's big and bold and everybody's in. Is at the top of page 5, measure 33, 3-3. If you have something other than the eighth note figure, what do you likely have? What do the stems of treble have there? Dotted quarter, and quarter. Same counting going on in your head, so it's precise. So may we start there. And the ring touches. Oh my gosh, they're so much fun, right? Let's see if we can get crisp ring touch, good counting. Measure 3-3. Da, 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 dee, da, da. Da, 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 dee, da, da, da. Excellent. So what happens at measure 41 is really important. Thank you for the eighth notes for being very smooth. That was really nice. It can be a little bit softer because Vicky's by herself. The G4, A4 person, they're all by themselves. And they need to sound that melody out when it comes back. So may we go back to measure, let's go from measure 38. Make sure we got a really clean, crisp ring touch on beat 1. Nice, strong half note. And bring that decrescendo down on the next 2 measures so that Vicky has a chance of bringing that melody out for us, okay? Measure 3-8. 2 and 3 and breath. Again, can we do it again because it gets logy in the battery. It still has to be da 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 dee da da dee da dee da dee da dee da dee da. It has to be. Okay, otherwise we're going to be fighting each other. One more time. 38. 1 and 2 and 3 and. Good. Can we go back? Page turns. And what we're looking for this time is to get a good page turn so that we're exactly on the page turn at measure 4-5. Okay? 41. Soft, soft. Good. May I get, did you find that you went all the way to forte there? Not really? Good. I'm glad you agree with that. We're going to start at 45. And when we get to 49, you're going to smile at me if you have succeeded in getting a good forte. What's the dynamic level at 4-5? You got to look over the page. It's still mezzo piano, basically, except for the melody. The melody is mezzo forte. Okay? Right on 45. Nice and smooth in the eighth notes. Bring it up. Good, good. All right, the next place where we have that figure again with a little bit different flavor is at 5-7 on the top of page 7 with thumb damps in the trebles. Thumb damps up here in the front row and in the bass. Are you doing a thumb damp down there also? Yeah, to that nice crisp sound. So it's dead out on the eighth rest. And a big crescendo so that the shake in the bass and the eighth note downward figure in measure 60 is beautiful. Okay, so right at the top of 7. You ready? Okay. Good, almost great. Very close to great, but it was good. Again, we were troubled by the page turn. Okay? The quarter notes need to be rock solid steady, starting at 6, 7. Because you're going to have what we're listening for, what we're hearing the most for 4 bars. Okay? So let's hear that quarter note coming up from the lower bells, and we need to be rhythmically accurate to make that work over the doggone page turn again. So let's start right on 6, 7. Okay, 67, 1 and 2, whoops. 6, 7, 1 and 2 and 3, and. Bigger quarters, bigger quarters. May we do that one more time? Okay. Some of you are doing 8, 8 underneath it, but I want to hear those quarter notes come out of the mist. We'll get the fog machine later. Okay, coming out of the mist. Okay, 67. Bigger, make it bigger, bigger. I caution you to keep your brain going to the very end of the piece. Da 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 dee da da da. To the end of the piece. It's so easy to have a lapse. And it is so magnificent when you're thinking that all the way through. Okay, let's move from good to magnificent. Deal? Right at the top of the page, 69. Bigger. Yeah, one last nitpicky thing. Could we all look up at the last couple of bars so that you can see what my gesture is going to be, and then you can see each other, because it's so tempting. We get a last note and we go, okay, Statue of Liberty pose. And what we want to do is move together, which is glorious. And the sound is different. May we start, please, at 7, 7. 2, 3, and. There you go. Any questions? Anything that's troubling you at all? All right, let's take a little mini break and take a look at Allegro Spiritoso, which has more stuff in it. Allegro Spiritoso has all the challenges we could possibly put in one piece. So what I'd like to do is take it apart and look at the beginning, the first page, which the low basses have memorized. They're awesome. Yet to be a mistake. What I'd like to hear is a dynamic change every 2 bars. Every 2 bars. Okay? And then when we get to measure 7, I'm listening for G4 and A5 and D and E5, or 4, G and A4 and D and E5, that have that 8th note thing that's a partnership. Okay? So let's go from the beginning. Okay? Different tempo, different sensibility. I want to start one more time because one of the challenges is starting with confidence. Okay? So starting with confidence. We can make more of a change between mezzo forte and forte if start softer. Good. Right answer. Excellent. So what do we have to think about here? We're moving to a completely different technique. We have mallet rolls for almost everybody, which is making sure that you have your mallets in your hands and getting a technique that we don't do often enough to feel really confident about it. Bet you feel really good about ring touches and a basic mallet, right? But a mallet roll is a practice thing. So when you get there, just relax and play evenly, even if it's different than your neighbor. So maybe we start right on measure 9, focus on the mallet rolls, and they need to be soft because you only have 2 people playing above you and they need to be heard. Okay? 1 and 2 and 3 and. Okay, good. So, and we all need to count. We all need to count. It's getting a little bit off from each other. Yes.
On measure 10,
Measure 10.
the melody comes in on the 3rd beat. On the upper bells, do we hold down those? It's ringing, isn't it?
I do ring.
It is.
Against the, okay.
Correct. Stems up rings.
Yeah, that happens.
Stems up rings.
Okay. All right. And keep doing it.
You betcha.
I keep changing my mind.
All right, right on measure 9. Thank you for asking that question. Okay? 9, 1 and 2 and 3 and breath. Okay, let's go back. Let's go back so that 3 and 4, so that beat 3 and 4 are in the right place. It gets a little bit, so it's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And it has to be right where it belongs. I'm liking the fact that you're being tasteful about the stopped sounds. I like that a lot. So one more time from measure 9. So we'll be ready for the concert soon. 1 and 2, measure 9. Here we go. Good. Can I hear the stems up treble? It's a little bit off. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. Can we get it really precise? That'll help. The stems up treble, 9, 1 and 2 and 3 and go. Again, everybody counting with me. 1 and 2 and 3 and go. 1 and 2 and 3. There it is. 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and 3. 1 and 2 and 3. And, okay, got it? So when you count, it's perfect. So everybody remember to count. And if you wake up at 3 in the morning counting, that's good. Measure 9, we're all in. 2 and 3, measure 9. Almost. Okay. If we start at 13, will I catch that one? Breathing is good. 1 and 2, 13, and 1. Good. And then it goes to the slow section in the middle, but I want to go forward to page 6, where things come back, and they're much like the beginning. And we have to do the same kind of counting for all of those things. So may we start right at measure 6-9. 6-9. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and good, excellent. So remembering that. The next thing that happens is the last section has one measure on the second to the last page. It's another one of those page turn issues. If you can memorize what happens in measure 93, which is awfully similar to what happens in 95, if that helps you. Those of you who have something different are the only ones who would have to memorize what that is. Then we can be looking at the last page. On the last page, everything's peachy, and then there's some new different things that happen in measure 97. What's different in 97? In 97, the marks on and for and. May we play 97? Let's do it once slowly so that we can see how crisply, easy for me to say, we can do the marks. Okay, 97. 1 and 2 and 3 and go. Again? Can you do it better? Think about what you could do that would make your part better. What have you got? Once more. 1 and 2 and 3 and breath. Okay? One more time. This time a little closer to the tempo that we're going to be playing at. And we'll go on so that we can pick up the different rhythm in 99 and 100. Okay? So here we go. 1 and 2 and 3, 97. Excellent. That was a perfect example of what we're going to change. We're going to change the fact that it ended, well, they ended, to they ended so magnificently, I want to come back and be in that choir. Okay? May I hear the measure 101 and 102? 101 and 102. Ready? 1 and 2 and 3 and go. Yes, now you have to remember it for 2 more measures. We're going back to measure 99. And then getting that da, 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 dee, da, da, da. That one. And smile at it. It always helps. You all look at me like I've lost it, but it really, truly helps. Try it once and then tell me I'm wrong. 99. 1 and 2 and 99. Well, I guess that proves my point, doesn't it? So let's see if we can play that last section brilliantly, starting at measure 6-9. All the things that we did in the first part. Good dynamics, nice mallet rolls, coming out over the top. Okay, here we go. 6-9. 1 and 2, 69. Here we go. was nice. And we will do fine. We will get that again for the concert. Let's go back and look at the middle section, please. That starts at the bottom of 3. G&A 4 and D&E 5 are again watching to lead us into the tempo change. It slows down at 33. And then the eighth note people have to really be on watching so that you're in the new tempo. Okay? So let's start at 29, so you really have to shift. 2-9. Okay? 29. Ready? 1 and 2 and 3 and go. Again, it's a big shift. I know, you have to get your brain working for that. Right on 31. 3-1, 31. 2 and 3 and go. All right. It's almost there. Once you all relax, once all of us relax, it gets to be that smooth new flavor. And so it's getting there. And what is in your way? Well, I'm going to say it's a page turn. Page turns are hard. Because on the opposite side of it is the challenge to say, oh, I got this, and stop counting, and it gets faster. It's human, darn. Okay, can we start one more time? This is the first impression the audience has of this piece. Okay, 1 and 2 and 3 and go. You have the fun stuff in the bass, yes? So that's going to underlie everything. The melody comes in at the pickup to 9 with the trebles. And we need to hear that. It's still only mezzo forte. So can we start with the pickup to 9, and what you're listening for is the melody. Okay? 1 and 2 and 3. Pick up to 9. 1 and 2 pianissimo. Yes? I can't read mezzo piano. I can't make sense out of mezzo forte. So in my score, I write shh, because I see that and I respond. It's not that I don't know what the others mean. I just don't respond. Okay? Right on 25. 1 and 2, 25, and. Excellent. With the back, I like to take the martelado lift and the gyro, and I would like it to have a little bit more style. Here's what I'm seeing. I'm exaggerating. Please know I'm exaggerating. I'm going to hit you. You're going to do it. How about Tammy Waldrop is fun. What she does besides banjo is she has show dogs, and she plays banjo and she has show dogs. Did I say that? So she plays banjo. It's the show dogs. So how could somebody be so serious about a gyro and play banjo? Can't, right? So could I do the martelado lift and go ahead and add the thumb dance on top of that at 25? And we'll just see a little more fun with the gyro. 25, basses can take a rest. You can nail it if you like. 1 and 2 and 3 and go. Same people. And the thumb dance a little bit more delicate. 2 and 3 and go. Excellent. And did you notice that you could do that without me banging out 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Because you can count to 4, and you did. And then what you did that was different is you made beautiful music. Worth it. Okay? Let's move forward and hear the melody. We have melody and counter melody happening with the pickup to measure 33. Is that right? 33? Okay? See if you can be balanced partners in here. Okay? 1 and 2 and 3. Excellent. Can I hear the bass clef and the battery stems down at 33? It looks so easy, but it needs to have a sense of, yes, we are playing this part, rather than, did I count that right? Okay? Right in 33.
Or, no, you're playing the
2 and 3 and 4.
Hang on.
What?
I'm figuring some things out.
Oh.
Do ED, I'm doing the AD going down. We don't have
33, and think about each other, because we basically have octaves in this. So find your octave buddy. 3, 3, stems down. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I think you nailed it that time. That was the one. Yeah. I think we got it in 2 takes. What do you think? You good with that? Good with that? Okay. Woohoo! I'll take it.
Oh my gosh,
I
Ellie,
miss
that was
people.
so much fun.
Good. I miss
Go ahead.
people. I miss you all. So y'all need to come back and ring. Really seriously look at handbell events that are available to you in Area 10 and regions nearby. Look at International Conference next summer in Nashville. It is so amazing. And one of the things that you will take away from Nashville that you will have a hard time getting other places like your neighborhood is you have an international handbell family. And I know Bruna is up next, and that's where I met Bruna, was at a festival, at a national seminar. So do it, come and ring often.
Ellie, can I just say, I want to thank you for all the time and energy making those videos, editing, and will you please pass our thanks on to all your ringers, because they just did
Yes.
an incredible job, and I know that they spent a lot of time with you doing that. So thank you so, so much. There are no questions in the chat. I think everybody is just probably basking in the glow of having picked up bells and have been able to ring even virtually with somebody else. It was so fun. It just brought me a whole lot of joy, and I'm sure it did for other people.
Be well, stay safe. We'll see you soon.
Okay, bye-bye.
And I'm the Area 10 Secretary, and I am delighted to be introducing Bruna Marino from Brazil. I first heard about her in 2019 when she was in Iowa City with a group of people from Brazil, and they were studying in Iowa City, and their host for 6 months was a good friend of mine, Matthew Penning. And it was just a delight to hear about that group, and especially about Bruna then. Let me tell you a little bit about her. Bruna is a gifted, and I can guarantee that, and creative contributor to the world of handbells. She has a passion for working with children and adults and graduated with a BA in music education and classic piano. She serves as an elementary music teacher in a Canadian school. As a dedicated handbell lover, she works to spread the art of bells in her country and beyond. Over the past year, Bruna has performed virtual duets with Mitchell Ethan, sharing them with the worldwide handbell community. In 2016, she created the Handbells Brazil, an organization that promotes handbells in performance and education in many creative ways. Through this initiative, they have discovered churches with handbells in Brazil. They have made good connections and have motivated churches to invest in handbells or restart their handbell groups from the past. In the future, their organization would like to start a handbell school in Brazil. So they are currently searching for partners to help them to make it happen. With that intro, I'd like to welcome Bruna to this Area 10 Goes Glo-Bell event.
Wow, thank you so much. That was so beautiful. Thank you so much. So I'm very glad to be here, and thank you so much for inviting me. And so if for any instance you have any percussion instruments at home or any sticks or anything that you can tap to learn some Brazilian rhythms, it's very welcome. So I'm gonna start sharing my screen. All right, here we go. Yeah. If I have the sound here. So I'm going to be sharing with you about Brazilian popular music. And so to give you a little bit more of sense what is, I'm going to be sharing a little bit about the culture and some traditional things and a little bit about the history. So Brazilian popular music, abbreviated as MPB, it started as a movement against the oppression and militarism around the 60s. Because the good news is that television came in the first years of the social conflict, So the artists were able to promote music festivals and use it as a tool to fight against the social inequality and repression. So, and unfortunately, they had a time in which their music had to be approved by the government to go on a show on TV. So the artists couldn't be clear about what they wanted to sing. So they started to use metaphors, so the lyrics had a different meaning that the militaries believed it to be. We had some artists that for fighting against militarism, they had to go live abroad, like Caetano Veloso and Gilberto Gil in this video. This is Gal Costa.
Abre a cortina do passado, tira a mãe preta do cerrado, bota o rei Congo no congado. Brasil, pra mim, pra mim, pra mim. Deixa cantar de novo o trovador, América, olha a luz da lua, toda a canção do meu amor.
So, Brazilian culture. So Brazil is very rich culturally, not just about music, but in general. And we have some very traditional celebrations and parties and food. And one in particular happens all over the country in June. And it's named June Party. So we have very traditional food, mostly made of corn. And we have some special clothes for that, like these ones. So in some states, they are very big parties, and it's really fun. And that's the way we dance. And we also have Carnival, which happens in around February and March. And it's a party, but it's more like a big parade. And then there's a short video about the parade.
Rocha Negra por estar homenageando o meu povo, meu povo ancestral.
A princesa do Congo. Vamos ver a história dela. Do ponto de vista da Mancha Verde.
All right, so now I'm going to rhythms and repertoire. So I'm gonna talk about these two things like together. So Brazilian popular music, it's a mix of Africans and Europeans. It was influenced by Africans and Europeans and also Native people. And it's mostly binary. So since we are gonna listen to some Brazilian repertoires, you're gonna notice the binary tempo.
E aí, meu rei? Vou levando alegria, junto carrego o amor. Dia de festa, salve a floresta, hoje tem banho de novo. Hoje o dia está lindo, sol já nos despertou. Canto amigo, toca o tambor, nova floresta voltou.
All right, so mostly Brazilian popular music, it's always a combination of a forte and piano and high, low, and also subdivisions and accents. So Brazilian popular music is it's made of subdivisions and accents, so different instruments playing different accents. And I would say that the hard part is to understand the different accents, but since you practice it, it's possible. We also have Chico Chico no Fubá, which is a very well-known repertoire like music for Hindu community. I've seen some bell arrangements. So Chico Chico means like dating and flirting, like nene, and then Fubá means cornmeal. So there is a movie from 1952 that tells the history of this song. And one thing about this song is that it needs to be played up a rhythm, like fast. So this is a video of the arrangement of Larry and Carlos, which is really fun. And we also have an arrangement by Kevin. All right, so let's talk a little bit about samba. Samba is like the most famous Brazilian rhythm, and it came in the beginning of the 20th century in Rio de Janeiro. I live in São Paulo, so this rhythm started in Rio de Janeiro. And there are two samba styles that I want you to meet today, like MPB version, like that it's relaxing and enjoyable, and the school of samba. So the school of samba is the rhythm that is present in the big parade, the carnival. So let's go to the first example of MPB, the version of samba, the MPB version. So since we are listening to all this repertoire, you can notice that we are always in 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And also like some different accents and high, low, high, low. And we also have the version, the school of samba version. To listen to Brazilian rhythm and not to dance. So this is Aquarela do Brasil. It's a very important song in Brazil. And so although Aquarela do Brasil is famous today, at the time of its origin, it took a long time to become a success. So the song became famous after being included in a Disney animation around 1942. It's a beautiful song. So talking about the instruments that usually we see for samba. So we have this little one that is cavaquinho. It looks like a small version of guitar, more like a ukulele. We also have the tambourine. I know that there is tambourine and tambourine. So we have the tambourine, which is this Brazilian instrument. And we play. See? This is tambourine. So now we have the tambourine, which is this little one. Okay, so I'm not a professional of it, but I practiced. And so you hold like this, and you also need some fingers behind the instrument. And this. And that's the rhythm for. And we have this big drum that the name is surdo. I don't have a surdo at home, but I have some hand drums because I'm an electronistic teacher, so I have more instruments than ever in my apartment. And I have a Remo version like this one, but it has like a high sound, which I don't think that fits well for samba. So I'm going to use the lollipop one because I think I like the sound more for that. So since I told you we are binary, so 1, 2, 1, 2. So we had high, low, and then I'm going to try to demonstrate here. So this is what I want you to keep in mind when adding some percussion drums in a handbell arrangement. Okay, always high, low, high, low, high, low, and binary. Okay, because like when we are playing Brazilian handbell arrangement, what is going to make it sound like Brazilian are all the percussion instruments. Okay. So now we have the Glo-Bell, which is familiar for you. And it's this one. So we hold like this. I like to put my thumb here. And the rhythm pattern is so of course, there are some variations, okay, but this is a nice one. And we have shakers, also known as ganza. I have these little egg shakers, and these are just pretty simple. Okay, Brazilian popular music is made of a gathering of different instruments playing different accents, and it's made of different levels. So we have some low sound instruments, and then the medium ones, and then the high sound ones. And when we put all of this together, we have samba. So there is one video that I recorded for you on a cappella. Computer. Right. So if for an instance you have no instruments like percussion instruments with your choir, please don't cry. You can use your body in this very simple way. I hope you try with me. Easy. Your chest. Snap, 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 snap. And you have samba with your body. All right, so let's go to bossa nova jazz. All right. So bossa nova came in the end of the 50s, also in Rio de Janeiro. And Brazil was in a process of industrialization and urbanization, which makes all the sense because the term bossa from 1930 was first used in a song from Noel Rosa, a composer. It means a way to make things. The term bossa means a way to make things, and nova means new in English. So bossa nova means a new way to make music. So everything was like in a transformation process, in a new process. And so bossa nova jazz is a mix of samba and North American jazz. So actually samba harmony and then North American jazz. And in 1958, João Gilberto established the style. So when we are thinking about bossa nova, which is hard is the harmony part, because they are all complicated chords, but the rhythm is easy. This one. Okay, and mostly bossa nova, all the lyrics, like it's always talking about peace and love, and it's enjoyable. People like to listen to drink some wine in a very nice evening and this kind of stuff. So you need to know Girl from Ipanema, and it's a song about a real girl from Ipanema named Eloisa Pinheiro, and who used to pass in front of a bar on her way to the beach beautifully. And then one fine day, Tom Jobim, the composer of Girl from Ipanema, saw her coming and couldn't forget the image. So he decided to write this song for Eloisa Pinheiro, and she is still alive and she's a very famous journalist. So this is the Girl from Ipanema.
Estou tão sozinho. Ah, porque tudo é tão triste. Ah, a beleza que existe, a beleza que não é só minha, que também passa sozinha.
Ah, se ela soubesse que quando ela passa, o mundo inteirinho se enche de graça e fica mais lindo por causa do amor. Por causa do amor. Por causa do
All right. I hope you can listen to, I think I put on your handouts, you can listen to the entire songs in your free time and really know the song. These are very special and enjoyable and beautiful. So we have Vinicius de Moraes and Tom Jobim, the composer of this song here. And I recorded a version of this song on handbells, and for sure it was the hardest song that I've ever played on handbells. I had to like practice it a lot before really record it, and it was a long time of preparation, and I had to think about the arrangement and also the improvisation thing, because it's something very present in bossa nova, the improvisation. And it was hard, really hard. So Luis is part of my team. See, Luis, thump, 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 thump. So I'm sure that I will play this song each in a different way each time, because it's hard to remember. It's improvisation, and I will have to practice a lot to play this song again. But this is a nice version that we have available on YouTube. And so I also would like to say that when you are like playing a Brazilian rhythm, Brazilian music, just because it's a rhythm, you know, and it's very fun, doesn't mean that you can add every percussion instrument, all of them together, you know, like it's important that you to know the right accents and rhythm patterns and play. So we also have Chega de Saudade. I don't know if you've heard this song, if you know this song, but it's good to know. And so chega means enough, and saudade is a word that there is no translation for English, but saudade is the word for I miss you. Okay, and it's by Tom Jobim.
Vai minha tristeza e diz a ela que sem ela não pode ser. Diz-lhe numa prece que ela regresse, porque eu não posso mais sofrer.
Chega de saudade, a realidade é que sem ela não há paz, não há beleza, é só tristeza e a melancolia que não sai de mim, não sai de mim, não sai.
All right, and guess what? I found a handbell arrangement of this song. It's beautiful, and it's probably like level 5, but it's possible. so I love this video. I think it's really enjoyable. It's a beautiful arrangement, and I think that was wonderful to do to play the melodies on the melody on hand chimes. I think that fit pretty well, and also when playing a Brazilian arrangement, you should consider to use the big bells like G3, and because you can use like explore the low sounds, okay, in Brazilian rhythm to explore like the high, low, high, low. We can see in this video, and also when talking about the cajon, like the percussion instrument, also think about adding low sounds like tum, ta, tum, ta, just like I showed on my Lollipoppy drum. So I would add more low sounds on the percussion part of this video, but it's beautiful. So the gathering of instruments for bossa nova jazz, you can have piano, the drums, cello and bass, voice, but you can also see just a solo guitar and voice. Okay, it's very common too. So now let's go to Baião. Baião, it's a very, very enjoyable Brazilian rhythm. All right. So Baião, it's a Brazilian popular rhythm. It came in 1940, northeast of Brazil, Nordeste. So Luis Gonzaga, the composer of this song that you listened to in the beginning, from 1947. So Luis Gonzaga is very connected to this rhythm. Everybody talks about him when talking about Baião, which is a rhythm very present in Nordeste, Northeast. And is the rhythm that we dance in the June parties. And as you can see in this picture here, the gathering of instruments is a zabumba. That's this little drum is a zabumba, and then we have the accordion and triangle. So we have a version of the same song in the beginning, Asa Branca. It's a very famous song in Brazil when we talk about Baião, the rhythm. So I recorded last year a simple version of this song named Asa Branca. And I'd like you to ask you to look at the girl on the percussion, the cajon, and watch how she does up and down, how she explores the low and the high sounds. So now talking about the instruments. So we have triangle, and that's how we play. So usually it's a rhythm. It's hard to keep doing. And we have zabumba. It is drum. Okay, its name is zabumba. And thinking about the rhythm pattern for zabumba drum, we can explore some different parts of the drum. And then the rhythm is low, low, high, low, low, high, low, low, high, low, low, high. Okay, so that is the rhythm pattern for bayong. And we have the accordion. Of course, I don't have an accordion and I don't know how to play. But if for any instance you have no percussion instruments in your handball group or in your church or anything like this, you can use your body. Okay, I hope you join me that. You're gonna need 2 hands. Okay, so we are gonna clap our hands in 2 different ways. Shell, like a shell, and like a star. Okay, so like a shell and like a star. And easy. Star, star, star. Eu li a terra ardendo com a fogueira de São João. Eu perguntei a Deus do céu, ai, por que tamanha judiação? So that's the bayong with your hands. And there's a very nice version of this song played by Barbatuques, which is a body percussion group. Very famous, and they are amazing. So this is a good song and example for body percussion with bayong. And the song that you heard, Asa Branca, So in English means white wings. It was written in 1947, and it talks about the difficulties of people that lives in northeast of Brazil. So now let's talk about chorinho. All right, so chorinho, the name of this Brazilian rhythm, came in 19th century in Rio de Janeiro. And chorinho, it's choro, that means cry in English. And it's most instrumental song, and it came from informal gathering of the friends. So they were like just leaving from work and they decide to sit in the pavement and play instruments in a circle. So, and yeah, sometimes like people start to say that this rhythm looks like someone crying for some reason. So that's why they call chorinho, that means cry. So this rhythm is made of improvisation, ornamentation, variation, and syncopation. And I really believe that what is hard in Brazilian popular music is the harmony, okay? And then April 23rd, it's the Choro National Day, and it's also the birthday of Pixinguinha, a very important composer of this rhythm. And Carinhoso is a very famous song for chorinho. So Lovely Flower from 1867 was the first choro composition.
Considerado o primeiro choro, né?
So I think chorinho is very easy to recognize.
Considerado o primeiro choro, né?
As a Brazilian rhythm than the others. And you also need to know Brasileirinho by Valdir Azevedo, 1949. So this is Brasileirinho. Make sure that you're going to listen to it later and get familiar with. And talking about chorinho, we have some variations. So I'm going to share two with you, variation of the rhythm pattern. Okay. So we have this one that is the one that you heard in the first video. pitch. And then the second one. So first one. Second. And the gathering of instruments, like the common instruments for this rhythm, we have this guitar with 7 strings. Okay, is this guitar with 7 strings, and we also have the tambourine, an oboe, clarinet, alaúde is this one, and cavaquinho, this little one, and flute. These are the common instruments for shooting. So now let's take a look at some Brazilian instruments that were not in this video. So we have this colorful one named afoxé, the one that you hold like this. And and we have the surdo and cuica.
Atrás.
Okay.
Atrás.
Some Brazilian handbells repertoire available. So we have Se Essa Rua Fosse Minha. It's a folk song. We have an arrangement by Mitchell Ethan. We also have Girl of Ipanema, It's Coming. Chico Chico no Fubá by Kevin and Larry Sue. São Paulo by Elizabeth Peters. Brasil, Aquarela do Brasil by Ari Barroso. Arrangement by Hart Morris. It's out of print, but you can order. And also we have an arrangement by Douglas Benton. This is Se Essa Rua Fosse Minha. And as you are learning about Brazilian rhythms, let's learn some words. So, hi, oi, good morning, bom dia, good afternoon, boa tarde, good evening or good night, we say boa noite for both. Yes, sim, no, no, thank you, obrigada or obrigado if you are a man. And obrigada, everyone.
Thank you, Bruna. Thank you. I love how you bring such joy to music, but I love how you bring such joy about Brazil. And I think that's very important for us, especially in these experiences. So thank you. I'm going to ask you right away, how did you and Mitchell get together making music? How did you start that collaboration?
So he saw some videos of me doing the Confessions of a Ringer series on YouTube. So when the pandemic started, I had to be in my bedroom. So then I came up with this idea, and then to share all the common things that happen when you are a ringer. And then I started to do this series of videos, Confessions of a Ringer, on YouTube. And then he saw, and then he said, hey, are we still in Iowa? We could do some projects together. And then we started. And then we never stopped it anymore.
Did we have any questions that came up?
Internet. There weren't
I
any
have
specific ones.
I have a
Specific
question.
ones in chat.
Shelley.
Can I go ahead? First, I want to say I love seeing the accordion because I play the accordion, but more on the Italian and Polish side, not on the Brazil side. But it was really fun seeing it. Okay, so if I put this kind of music, this beautiful rhythmic Brazil music, in front of my ringers, they would have difficulty with rhythmic patterns. So here's my question. People in Brazil have grown up with these rhythms, probably from the womb all the way up. Do you ever have ringers step to your table and say, I don't know how to play this rhythm? Or they just come there and they go, oh yeah, I can do this?
You mean Brazilian ringers here with me?
Yes. Yeah, like I would imagine they have no trouble with this, but I'm just asking, do you have ringers that struggle with rhythms, or it's just in their bones?
So when we are talking about these Brazilian rhythms, it's kind of easier. But talking about the rhythms like in the arrangements, like the handbells arrangements, the rhythms like in the sheet music, that when we had some kind of difficulties. Okay, and then we are still coming up with Brazilian handbell arrangements. We are all working on it. So let's see how it goes.
I just assumed everybody stepped to the table, picked up their bells, and they go, oh yeah, I can do this. But even you have to work through some rhythmic pattern. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, we have.
I just had a comment or an observation of how I figured things out. It seems like there's like the basic rhythmic pattern of 1-2 or 1-2-3, and somebody keeps that going high, low, high, however. But then that person isn't also trying to fill in all these extra complicated rhythms that are on either beat 1 or beat 2 or beat 3, where they're doing some kind of 16th note or triplet pattern or something, filling in and giving extra energy to the 1-2 high low. Is that an accurate observation?
So mostly Brazilian popular music is binary. So when we were talking about drums, drums, when you're talking about drums, we just have high, low, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then we have different levels of instruments playing different accents in the binary system.
That's the part that gets very complicated and seems like somebody with more skill would need to sort of figure out.
No, don't say complicated, please. I don't want people thinking that it's complicated to play Brazilian rhythms.
Later that takes a little more skill level to do. I guess it's easy to go 1, 2, 1, 2, high, low, but adding in that ta-ta-da-das at the right place on the beat 1 or 2 is the trickier part.
Yeah, we have different accents sort of when we are playing. Yeah, different accents for tambourine and triangle. Okay, but the shakers are very easy. Okay, but there are some variations and specific rhythms for tambourine, and a Glo-Bell and triangle. But since you learned these patterns, you just go.
Right, so it's just learning the different parts and then putting them all together, and you've got the picture.
Yes, I will also be talking about it at National Seminar next month.
Okay.
And we are going to go deeper in these specific subdivisions and accents.
Because it'd be kind of nice to see something written out rhythmically. In my literal brain, I need to see it on paper to translate it internally to
exactly. So
rhythms.
I thought about sharing like the picture with all the rhythms, but as I know, we musicians, when we see notes, we keep the eyes on the notes, and I was like, no, I wanted them like listening and watching me and then do with me, not just stuck in the picture, like trying to read the rhythm, but now, like, look at me.
Can I ask one more question? Do you have any go-to YouTube videos or something more about body instruments?
Like to learn body percussion?
Yeah. Do you have any go-tos or just a book or something about body? Yeah, the body percussion. I thought it was really neat. And I thought,
No,
anybody could do it.
yes. Since I'm an elementary music teacher, I keep going to a lot of workshops, and
Okay.
then we learn in these workshops. But I also keep searching and reading and going to YouTube. Always find something new.
Great. Thanks so
Well,
much.
thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
This has
you.
been
Thank you.
great and so good to do that. And we're going to move on to Derek, and he's going to give us a little bit of extra time to look at things of what's coming up. Hello there. We are getting ready now to meet with Ann Hill, and I understand that Shelley is going to be doing an intro for her.
Yeah, here I am. Okay, well, next up, that's okay, Derek. Next up is Ann Hill, and she is our Canadian representative at our global event today. She has been ringing and directing for 35 years. She started in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. I've been practicing saying that, Anne. It's really kind of fun to say it, so I had to throw that in. She started when there, and she was an elementary school music teacher. Over the years, she's been really busy as a workshop clinician and a mass ring director, and she's done this nationally and globally. So we're very fortunate to have her here. Currently, she is the director of Vibe, the Vancouver Island Handbell Ensemble. I love the name. It's very cool. And she has, over the years, has been very, very active in the Handbell Musicians of Canada. So without further ado, we're going to go to Vancouver Island and Ann Hill. So good to have you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the great intro. And thank you very much to Diane and the Area 10 team for inviting me to be part of this event today. It's really an honor for me to represent Canada, particularly our British Columbia Guild and the newly transformed Handbell Musicians of Canada, which used to be the Handbell Guilds of Canada. I hope that you are all not melting in the heat that our West Coast has been experiencing in the past few days. Thank you for sticking around and sticking it out to share time with me on this last session today. Hopefully to learn a few new ways of marking your music to support having a musical performance for yourself and also for your ensemble. As I said to Derek, I'm new at presenting this way, so I've gone very low tech. I'm not doing any screen sharing or PowerPoint presentations or videos. So you can sit back and relax. Hopefully you have the handout. I will be following the handout today and just take a look at what's there and take a look at some of the things that I'll be sharing on the screen today. I have included my email address because I didn't include it on the handout. So in case you want to reach out to me, I'd be happy to hear from you. So to mark or not mark the music, that's the question. And it's a frequent question. We often get it as conductors, as workshop clinicians. Should I be doing it? Should I write on my music? Yes, you absolutely should. And the reason is that we need to do it with an intended purpose, not just to mark everything that's there because it's already marked. And also it's important as a way to ensure that you perform the music in a consistent manner across the whole ensemble and consistently with every rehearsal and performance that you do. So it promotes familiarization with the music. It provides consistency. If the conductor or a ringer requires a substitute for whatever reason, like a sudden health issue or a family concern or a work commitment, it provides a heads up about what lies ahead in the music and what you need to do with your bells or other equipment or for performance techniques. It supports ringers who share binders. So there's a lot of very good reasons to mark your music as long as it's done with an intended purpose. I have a toolkit that I use and that I require my ringers to have. I keep my toolkit in a pencil case in my binder. It's just clipped right in there. And I know that some ringers will have put Velcro strips in to their binders to keep their pencil, etc. But I prefer to have it this way. And that way I can include more in my toolkit than just a pencil. There are tools that are good for this job and tools that are not good for this job. A pencil that is too heavy leaded or too sharp is going to cause a problem with marking on the music. So a soft leaded HB2 pencil is preferable. I actually prefer an art store pencil called the Blackwing 602. It's not expensive, about $1.50, and it has just the right kind of lead to be able to be seen, but it's a light marking pencil. It's also important to have an eraser. And I have included, and I always use the Staedtler eraser, Staedtler. Usually you can get them at any office goods store or an art store. It's a soft, latex-free rubber eraser. Other erasers, if you're erasing, sometimes it'll erase right through the page, rip the page. So you want a soft, latex-free eraser. In my toolkit, I have a number of things. I have my pencils. I have my eraser, always in good shape. But I have a number of other things as well in my pencil case. I have little sticky notes to put tabs on the music so I know where pieces of music are within my binder. In case the performance changes and you have to go looking for a piece. I have reinforcements for the holes in the music. I have a little kit that we often give out here at workshops that has some paper clips of various kinds and some reinforcements in just in case. And I also have the small little clothespins that you can get at dollar stores and things like that. Those are all very helpful to have handy, not in your bag that you left at your chair or over where your coat is. It's good to have them just handy. So I like to keep those all right in my toolkit. Colored pencils are something that sometimes are used for color coding. Again, very important to have soft leaded pencils. I prefer pastel colors only for anything more than that. You can't remember what color goes for what. And again, an art supply store is sometimes the best place to get this kind of pencil. It's useful for beginner ringers and beginner music readers to have things color coded at the beginning of their learning. And it's also helpful when two ringers share a binder. Sometimes it's helpful to have two different colors so that you can know which marking is intended for which ringer. Motto, my motto, press lightly, erase carefully. It's always important to go in light pencil so that markings can be erased in case you want to change them. And also markings can be erased at the end of the use of that piece so that the piece is clean and ready for the next time that it's performed. Some folks have put, as I said, the pencils inside their music binder with Velcro or some other means. Sometimes people have the pencils loose on the table or tucked under the binder. I prefer the pencil case, and if my ringers are using pencils on the table during rehearsal, I like them to tuck it under the binder when it's not in use so that it's not rolling around and can be hit on or rolled off with a bell or a chime or a mallet. How much is too much? Beginner ringers and music readers need more support than advanced ringers, for sure. And we need to be able to give them that support. It's not a matter of you have to learn to read everything all at once when you just are starting. Color coding, as I said, is really helpful, but as long as it's done in as minimal a way as possible and is very clear for the ringer what is expected with that color coding. Are you marking the note names of the bells that the ringers are holding? Are you marking particular techniques? Are you marking counting? I would suggest that with color coding, you only use that for marking the bells, the bell notes, because otherwise it can get very confusing for the ringer. And I have included a reference, an article by Carol Dare that I have always referred to. It is very thorough discussion on color coding on the music, so I won't go into it more than that today. Circles, letters, numbers, you're not writing a story. Some ringers circle every single note on the music, or they write the name of the note along the top, every single note that they play. Some ringers write in every single rhythm pattern, and that's even more than just what is out of the ordinary. All of those things become very much a crutch. And what happens, as Nancy Kirkner says, is that the ringers are developing circle reading skills, number counting skills, instead of learning to read the music, not getting music reading skills. So the sooner you can get beginner ringers away from all of the additional color-coded note writing that needs to be there for their learning to begin with, the sooner you can get them away from that crutch, the better. And then the note writing or circling or number counting is only used in those extenuating circumstances when you really just can't remember that you're doubling an octave and it's a C7, it's way up there, or a C8 is way up there, and you're not catching one as you're reading along the music. Then it makes sense to put C8. Or if you're reading a rhythm that's really difficult and you find you keep forgetting it, then to put the number counts in is reasonable. But to do it for everything, I have had ringers in the past who, when I get their music back, I've discovered that they've written every single note above the note clusters, every note that they played. And it indicated to me that they were not able to keep track of their note and the rhythm at the same time. And it does cause problems because the ringer is trying to see that letter name and find the rhythm at the same time in a large chord cluster. So you want to try and get the ringers to be reading the music, not reading all of the additional information that's being provided. Really, the intent is just to mark those things that will help you look ahead in a tricky passage of or a particular performance technique during a performance. Nothing more than that, if possible. Preparing your music, who, when, and how. It's helpful if the whole ensemble uses the same type of markings so that ringers that are moving between positions or have to substitute in will know what the markings mean, and that all the members and the conductor agree on what those markings are and how they will be used. So conductors, this is a teaching opportunity for you to help the ringers all have music that is consistent. And for you to know that they are indicating what it is that you want them to indicate. It is good to indicate the type of markings to be used. Ringers, if you have an idea of a particular marking that you find very helpful, share it with the conductor, share it with the group, because maybe it's something that others will find helpful as well. So don't be afraid to help each other out that way and to share a fact or a type of marking that you have created for yourself. They don't have to always be all the same as what is indicated in an article or in the levels book, the handbell notation book, or that I give you today. You can use different markings, you probably do, but make sure that it's consistent across your ensemble if possible. Ringer prep versus conductor prep. There's quite a variety of discussions on this. Who should be marking the music? Conductors may wish to mark each individual selection at the beginning of a piece, before you begin a new piece, especially in the case of working with fairly new ringers. That way you can address the color coding of various notes. You can address how you want the ringers to see the particular special markings in the piece. And so you do that before you hand the music out to the group for the first time. Ringers who are ready to prepare their own music should be doing that, because it gives you a chance as a ringer to become familiar with the music and to sort out in your head some of those things that may catch you up in a rehearsal or in a performance. You're not going to get everything in the first rehearsal. You're not going to get everything before the first rehearsal. Things change as you learn the music. But it's good to have preparation notes, a time to prepare your piece before you actually begin rehearsing. So conductors, it's very helpful if you can hand out a piece of music to the ringers, to your ensemble, and say, will you please prepare this piece for next week? In other words, prepare the rehearsal notes on your music for next week, knowing that sometimes it might change, but you've done the best you can to understand what's on that page and what's important for you as a ringer to pay attention to. It alleviates extra time spent annotating during a rehearsal, which can take a tremendous amount of time if you're starting from scratch in a rehearsal. It ensures that the ringers understand it's their responsibility to look after their music, to address the prep notes prior to the first rehearsal of that piece. And then when you get to the rehearsal, conductors, you may have some suggestions of things that you want particularly highlighted. As you rehearse through the piece, those things might become less important, and those notes can be taken out, or you might find other things that you really need your choir to watch you for or need to hear in the music. So it's important, I think, to keep ahead of the game. And so providing either the ringers or conductors, if it's you doing it, make sure that you do it before that first rehearsal. Before, during, and after rehearsal, mark signs that fall between the staves. So dynamics, retards, techniques, things that fall between the treble and the bass clef. Try to make the markings for those items closest to the place that the ringer is reading it. So if you have a marking that is in between the treble and bass clef and you've got a treble ringer, you don't want the marking to fall closer down to the bass clef. You want it to be closer to the treble clef. So anything in between those staves, try to make any of your indications closer to the place where the ringer is reading. Be sure that the ringers understand which markings apply to their stem or their note cluster. Oftentimes we'll see a staccato sign or a malleting sign, and there'll be a large chord cluster, and sometimes that marking does not belong to every note in that chord. So those are some of the things that can be very helpful in marking, especially initially. Is that me or is that not me? And conductors, make sure that you studied your score ahead of time so you know that too, so you don't have, and you've talked about it before you perform or play, so that ringers are not stopping halfway through and going, oh, was that me? Am I supposed to be playing? My stem is up, the rest of the chord is down. Who gets staccato? Who's martellato, etc. So another point to make sure that you address really before you start rehearsing the music. During the rehearsal, conductors, be sure to give ringers time to mark their music as needed, to address the mistakes that they may have come up with, or things that they find they need to make particular note about, a particular reminder. Make sure that after you've played a section of the music or you've played the whole piece, you give ringers time. Sometimes as conductors we forget that ringers have to take their gloves off sometimes. It's hard to work a pencil with the glove on. And go back and find that place. If you've gone to the end of the piece, you need a little bit of time to do that. And sometimes as conductors, we're just anxious to make sure we use every rehearsal moment possible. I can guarantee you that if you give the ringers time to do that work and get back to playing as quickly as possible, that you will benefit from it in terms of using your rehearsal time well and efficiently. Ringers, you should not be doing any of that until the conductors put the baton down. So just like you shouldn't be talking in the middle of playing, neither should you be doing a bunch of marking either and going back and forth between the music and missing your next playing part. So wait till the baton is down and then go back, do what you need to do. At the end of the piece, make sure that you look at, after you've done all of that, make sure you're looking at your conductor so that your conductor knows you're ready. If you're still fussing around with a pencil or you're maybe checking with somebody else, make sure all of that is done and you're ready and you're looking at your conductor so the conductor knows you're ready to go, you've done what you needed to do. All of these things are so common sense, but sometimes we forget them. So make sure that you give a bit of time to do that. And at the end of the rehearsal, ringers, take a few minutes before you start packing up those bells and packing up yourself and having a visit with your neighbors and your friends that are down the table. Make sure you take a minute with that piece and have covered everything that you wanted to remember for the next time. And then go into whatever is next, either preparing for the next piece or preparing to end the rehearsal. Sometimes it's important to mark music because two ringers are sharing a binder. And when that happens, it's really important that the ringers coordinate their markings, because you have two different sets of bells happening, and you need to know whose part is being marked. So you need to find ways to do that. And sometimes color coding with a pastel pencil, one ringer is one color, one ringer is the next, is the other color, is helpful. Sometimes just an initial is helpful, although for me, my name is Anne, and so there's a lot of A's in music, and so that can become confusing. So you need to find ways as binder buddies to decide how are you going to mark that music so you know. And you don't want to put a whole name. You don't want to put 3 initials. You need to find a way to make it so that it's clear for both of you, and so you're not bouncing into each other's performance techniques or dynamics or bell notes. And you also want to make sure that you're not marking so much and so beautifully with colored pencils that you start to look like you have an illustrated book in your binder. So be cautious about that too. If someone needs to sub in for a ringer in a rehearsal or a performance, it is really helpful for that person if the ringer, the original ringer, has put a sticky note at the top of the first page of music to indicate any special considerations, any special directions, anything that's really unusual. Not everything, but anything that's really out of the ordinary that ringer is going to experience in that piece. So I ask my ringers, just put a little sticky note at the top of the page, so that of the first page, indicating, you know, watch for this happening at measure such and such, or must watch the conductor here, although there's signs and symbols for that. It really helps when you have a sudden substitution. And I even do it with my conducting binder for any conductor. If one of my ringers ends up conducting for me, I want them to know what are those special instructions, what are those special things to watch for over and above what you normally mark in your music. So, what to mark and why? Well, before we go into that, I'd just like to, again, show you this book. This is a very helpful book. It's from Handbell Musicians of America, so most of you will know it. Handbell and hand chime notation, difficulty level system, solo and ensemble notation. This book helps a great deal in providing consistency with ways to mark your music, especially things like 4-in-hand and Shelley ring and all of those. It also provides you the information about all of the different techniques that we use in handbells and the markings for those. So I highly recommend that at least one ringer gets a copy of this. You can get it online. You can find it online. So, and I've put the reference in the handout for you. Very, very helpful. Highly suggest that you have one, at least one in your choir. There's also on Handbell World, there's some printouts that you can download, and I suggest that you put those right into your binder. Every ringer should have a list of techniques, a list of dynamics, and a list of tempo markings, mood markings, because sometimes we forget, and sometimes things are used that are more unusual than others. So we all should have that information in our binders so that it's handy for us, and so we're not constantly having to go, what does this mean? What does that mean? I don't understand this. It also helps when you're doing your prep notes at the beginning. Before you play a piece, you can go back and go, oh yeah, this tempo means this, or that marking means this, so that you are prepared. We are all musicians. We are not just bell ringers, and we're certainly not ding-a-lings, which we often are told we are. We are all musicians. We are all playing solo, small ensemble, large ensemble to create music to share with people. And as a musician, it's important then for you, each individual musician in a group, to understand and to know all the musical markings on the music, which is why I suggest that you have that right in your binder so it's handy. It is not the conductor's job to tell you at the beginning of a piece, this means this, and this means this, and this is the time, the tempo, and on, unless the conductor has decided that there's going to be a change, that the conductor would like a section to be slower than originally marked, or faster, or louder, or softer, or they're adding a crescendo or a decrescendo. Otherwise, it's up to you as a musician to know what those markings are. Just like every orchestra musician, just like every band musician, just like every music teacher, just like every conductor. Every musician in the ensemble is responsible to know the music. So if you're a beginner ringer, this is something to aspire to. And if you're a conductor, I highly suggest that you support your ringers by making sure that they have that information at hand in their binder for them to access very easily. So what are those things that we are going or can mark, and how do we do that, and why do we do that? The very first thing that I always look for when I'm ringing is my bell allocation. What are the bells, chimes, mallets that I need? What other equipment? Are we using hats for choreography? I want to know all of that at the very moment that I look at that piece. And so at the beginning of a piece, I always write down my bell allocation right at the very beginning. And not only do I write the allocation, I don't just go into the treble and bass staves at the top of the music to look. And circle the notes, which often is what happens. People just circle the notes, and then they have to stay up there, and then they have to try and figure out all of this information. I like to have this at the top of the page beside the title. So I know that I'm playing A6 and A flat 6, B6 and B flat 6. I know that I also have an A6 and a B6 chime, and I know that I have mallets. And not only do I know that I have to use those pieces of equipment, but I know where to put them so that I can easily access them immediately. So I'm not trying to figure out what's where. It's always there. It's always the same. It's consistent. So I put my setup notes right on the music, right at the beginning. Beside the first stave on the music, I write down which notes I'm starting with and which hand, right hand, left hand, which notes, right at the very beginning of the very first stave. And that way there's no question. Sometimes people will underline, but I like to know it right when I'm looking at the very beginning of the piece. I want to know, I want to be sure, I want to be able to look down at those chimes or bells and go, yeah, I've got the right ones. And this just helps me. I've been ringing for a very long time, and I still do this on every piece of music. It's just helpful to know and never ever have to worry about whether or not you've got the right equipment. It's important to include things like the mallets, and I use these type of indicators, and I use this kind of indicator for a chime. You might choose something else, but again, if you're going to do something within the choir, make sure the whole choir does it, so that the whole ensemble does it, so that you're consistent. And you know exactly, if you're a solo ringer, that you know exactly from one piece to the next what indications you're looking at. It's also helpful to include at the beginning of the piece if you have any props. So maybe you're using a hat or you're doing some kind of choreography, maybe you're starting with the whole choir turned to the side. Maybe you're starting crouched down or kneeling. All of those things, it's good to write all of those things in. I haven't put it on this page, but write those things in so you know, or write it in here right beside the beginning stage, exactly what you're going to be doing at the beginning of the piece. And what you need. If you've got any other percussion equipment, you have props, whatever. In terms of sharing any equipment, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Another thing to look at on the music right away is your rehearsal markings. And conductors, you play a big part in this. Sometimes music comes without the numbers of the measures. And so I always ask my ringers to write in every number, every measure number, because it's so time consuming to have to go back and count. If the composer has only, or the editor's only written in measure 10, measure 20, measure 30, those, it's awkward to have to go back and count and find where you're supposed to be. It does not make for an efficient rehearsal. So if those measure numbers are not there, I ask my ringers, as they are preparing their music before we play the first time, I ask them to write those measure numbers in. The other thing, though, is to include performance phrasing and the structure and the form of the music. And those are rehearsal markings as well. So you are able to go back to section A or section B or section C. It helps with rehearsals, but it also helps the ringers to know what the form of the music is. So where are those phrase markings? Where are those section markings? And when do we go back? When is A returning within the piece of music? So a capital letter, I don't think I did that one. A capital letter at the top of the stave indicating those rehearsal markings is really helpful. If the mood is not indicated, if you haven't got any kind of tempo marking and or any mood marking, it's good to write that down. Sometimes I will, instead of using the Italian or the German term, I will say, I want this to be romantic. I want this to be lovely. I want this to be soft, a soft feeling. And I like to have my ringers write that in right wherever that needs to be, and especially at the beginning of the piece. The other thing that I often will get my ringers to do at the beginning of the piece is write the word breathe. Now, Emily was talking about this yesterday, how important breath is in performance, in instrumental playing, especially when you're not playing an instrument that you have to breathe into. We still have to breathe through our instruments and through our performance. And so I often ask my ringers to write down the word breathe, and before we begin, and once we're set and ready to begin, I will actually breathe with them and expect that they will breathe with me. So that I know that everybody has taken that calming breath, that energizing but calming breath to start with before you bring your bells up, before you begin to ring. It's important because then we don't have that stagnant energy inside. As Emily was talking about yesterday, you don't want to have that stressed energy to start the piece, especially if it's a soft piece or a gentle piece. So take that big deep breath, let it go, put your shoulders back and down, and then begin. And I often have my ringers write that right at the beginning of the piece so that they remember that they need to breathe. They need to have that clarifying, energizing, calming breath before they start a piece, even if it's a great big piece to start with. Tempo changes, if they have not been included, or if the conductor has asked for a change, then mark those things in as well. Dynamic changes. Again, if they aren't already there and the conductor wishes something different, you want to be able to include those. The other place that it's very important to make a marking about a dynamic change is if the dynamic change falls immediately on the next page. So at the bottom of the page that you're reading through, I will ask ringers to put a forte or a forte piano sign at the bottom of that page with an arrow showing that the next thing that you're going to see on the page, especially if it's a page turn, is going to be a forte or a fortissimo or a forte piano or a pianissimo. So it's good to make note of those, especially if it's a page turn that you're dealing with and a brand new dynamic marking on the next page. It's very helpful to have that in place for yourself. Signs that fall between the staves, again, if you're indicating or you're highlighting those, try to make sure that they're as close to the place that you're reading the music as possible. So treble ringers close to the treble clef, bass ringers close to the bass clef. If you're reading below or low in the bass clef and below the bass clef, you might want to rewrite some of those markings down below. And high trebles, if you're reading mostly at the top of the clef or above, you might want to write some of those markings up above, even though they're in between the staves, because your eyes are not down there. Your eyes are up here. And conversely, if you're a bass ringer, your eyes are down here, not up here between the staves. So don't be afraid to redo a marking to remind yourself, because your eyes are below or above where that marking actually is, has been indicated. I ask my ringers to only write in the counting if it's something that they're really finding some difficulty with. And or if it's something that's very unusual. I again have had ringers that have written down all the counting all the way through, which is only, and sometimes even not then, helpful for a really beginner ringer or a beginner music reader. So what I ask my ringers is, if you have a tricky passage and you just need to be reminded, please write in the counting. Here's a really good example that frequently we will come across in more advanced music. 8/8 time, instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sometimes the rhythm is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And writing in the counting is okay. It's helpful. But I try to get my ringers to advance to just seeing a sign. So this is a longer note, set of notes. This is a longer note. This is the up note, upbeat into the next measure. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If it works for your ringers, I find this to be quite helpful rather than writing in counting, because then it's muscle memory for your brain. Long note, short note. Long note, upbeat. I find that seems to work quite well. So again, counting, if it's a difficult or unusual pattern, that's certainly not all the time for everything. Just those things that you really need to remember, that catches you all the time, that you just really need help to remember. Excuse me. We're experiencing a very hot day here, so pardon me. Needed a bit of water. Bell changes. It's helpful to make notes sometimes of bell changes, especially if they're very quick. And so these are the indications that I ask my ringers to use. F5 with an arrow down, F sharp pick up, and then if the F sharp has to go down and something else be picked up right away in a quick pattern, or if something's coming up that you're not expecting, or that you know is over the page, again with a page turn, it's helpful to make note of these kinds of markings for bell changes. Again, you don't want to do it for every single bell changes, but if there's some place that is awkward, or there's a very large chord cluster and you keep missing something, sometimes it's easier than circling the note in that huge chord cluster. It just becomes a whole bunch of circles. So above the chord cluster or below, sometimes this is much clearer and much more quickly read as you're going through the music. Four-in hand placements there and Shelley ring. There are a lot of different ways to do this. This book has quite a standardized method for showing, and I highly recommend it. Simply, you can indicate this way: left hand, this is for four in hand, the C sharp is facing forward, the D6 is facing in, and your right hand, E6 is forward, F is facing in. So that's one method. Another method is, if you really don't need to, you've got it in your head which way the bells are going, but you just need to know what's in your primary hand, you can just put these helping notes and underline the primary hand. Or you can indicate it this way. So for the left hand, G6 is the top note and B6 is the secondary note that you're picking up. The top one is your primary note. Similarly with the right hand, A6, C7, A6 is the top and C7 is the secondary note. And you can even underline those if you want as well. So markings like that are very helpful if you're going through a piece and you suddenly have to pick something up. Rather than circling the note or color coding it or whatever, show yourself exactly what it is that you need to do. And go ahead and do that so that you are always getting it in the right manner. And also, if somebody again has to substitute for you or has to take over your position for a period of time, then they know and they don't have to go through the whole mental process of figuring out what needs to be done in order to get those bells in the correct hands. Generally, as I said, there's two ways to indicate. Just make sure that you're indicating where the primary note is. For Shelley ring, you can put SR and then indicate the notes like this. And if there's some other way that you find very helpful or very useful, make sure that you use it. But again, I encourage you conductors, I encourage you to make sure that your whole group is marking their music the same way. Sharing a bell with a neighbor. Sometimes you have to hand a bell off. And it's helpful, again, rather than writing a story, hand bell to Josie. It's easier to do something very quick and easy like this. C sharp 5 is going to Anna Jo. And here your C#5 is coming back from Anna Jo. Anna Jo, you're going to say C#5 is going to whoever. So this way, in the music, you know exactly where the bells are going and when they're coming back. And it's important to plan that. And ringers, it's important that you plan that with your neighbor ringer. It's not the conductor's job to say, okay, so-and-so, now you hand your bell over, whatever. Unless, of course, you're finding it difficult and you are finding that you can't make it work. And maybe the conductor will have some thoughts about how to make it work easier. But ringers, this is something that you plan between the two of you, and you notate on your music what it is that you're needing to do. Use arrows to show the direction and initials of the ringer's names so that you know exactly where it has to go. And that can be a ringer right beside you, or it can be a ringer that's way at the top or way at the bottom of the table. And if a bell has to go from position to position to position up to the top, then everybody should be making that notation. C#5 to Anna Jo. And all the way up to the top of the table, the bell goes. Everybody needs to know when they're responsible for helping to pass that bell along and passing it back. So it's not just the two ringers that are giving away and receiving, but in that case, every ringer in between also has to be a part of that pattern. Octave doubling of notes. Often we will circle or write above the note, add C7 or add C8 or whatever. Whatever marking works for you, if you put a bracket, whatever works for you, but again, try and make it consistent within your whole group so that when you have chosen, because sometimes it's not written in the music and your conductor wishes to have a line doubled, then don't say, write a story and say double with a C7 or something like that. Make sure that it's very concise and easily read and not conflicting with any of the other markings that you're using. Page turns, binder buddies. If you have people sharing a binder, or if you have to turn your neighbor's music because the neighbor is so busy with both hands, then you need to be able to indicate that at the bottom of that page before that you're going to turn. And this is the symbol that I ask folks to use in a square. N is for Nancy. So Nancy is going to turn the page for this page. And if it was going to be for the neighbor, then Nancy, Anna Jo, AJ. So it could look like this. Nancy's turning Anna Jo's page. So again, very helpful. Don't let it be a surprise. You want to know. And not only do you could put it at the bottom of the page, frequently we do, but if you are turning the page a few bars before the end of the page, because you've got all kinds of things going on the next page, then put that marking under the stave or above if you're in the treble, but under the stave where you, of the measure that you're going to turn the page in. And that helps you remember, okay, I've got to turn the page now, and who is it that's doing it? A watch box or eagle eyes. Nancy Kirkner talks about a watch box, particularly for repeat sections. So putting a box like this around the two staves where you have a repeat section to remind you that you're repeating instead of writing the word repeat. Just, it's a quick and easy visual to help you. Sometimes we use the eagle eyes, the little glasses, to remind us to watch the conductor. That's generally how that's used, but sometimes it's used for as a reminder for things like repeat. So, and time signature changes, that can also be helpful for that. So again, if those work for you as symbols, great. If you have something else that you use, make sure that you're all using the same one. Special performing techniques, you may wish to add special performance techniques, things that are not written in the music. So here's where your, if it is a bell ringing performance technique, it's helpful to have that list handy so you know whether or not it should be a shake sign or an echo sign or a gyro sign, whatever. And you can find that sign and you know what it's supposed to look like if you are not used to seeing them all the time. Make sure you're using the correct sign that we have as consistent symbols for handbell ringing. And lastly, performance reminders at the end of the piece. This is a really helpful thing to do. And I often ask my ringers to do that. If you're going to take a bow, make sure that you put the word bow, because sometimes ringers will just start changing the music and moving the bells and whatever. Don't forget. So take a breath, stop, have your bow. When the conductor has indicated it's time, then do your bell changes and your music changes and whatnot. Sometimes you need to move to a new position for the next piece. So then make an annotation to yourself. Move to position 6. And make sure the music is set for the next person to come in. Maybe you have to move equipment, that you've had a certain set of chimes and they need to go somewhere. So chimes to AJ. Those kinds of things can be helpful at the end of a piece. And certainly it's a whole lot easier than having to look up and down the table and talk to each other to figure out what are we supposed to be doing and who's supposed to get what, and people standing at the table going, send me my bells, send me my chimes. It just makes the performance be so much less stressful, both for you as the ringers, for the conductor, and particularly for the audience. They don't want to see a bunch of kerfuffle going on. They want to see a nice, calm, relaxed performance that looks professional. And these are some of the ways to help you do that, so that it takes the stress away as you're performing and allows you as an ensemble or a solo ringer or a small ensemble to give that really confident, as Malcolm was saying, confident and reassuring and professional kind of performance to the people that are there to enjoy your music. I've listed the references that I have used for this session today, and I hope that you find them helpful. I hope that you have found this session helpful, and I certainly look forward to hearing from any of you that wish to be in touch with me. So thank you very much for having me and for including Canada in your Glo-Bell conference today. Thank you again.
Thanks so much, Anne. Yeah, how could we, forget about our northern neighbor? We're so glad that you are our rep for Canada.
Thank you.
I'm Shelley. Shash is here and Diane is here, and was wondering if there were, I don't see any questions in the chat, but was wondering if there's any questions from amongst us.
Well, I
Josh,
just appreciate, I just really appreciate and the clarity, the whole concept of clarity and keeping the same markings for everyone in your choir. Because I think you even get to the point like when substitutes would come in, they'd be able to read. I know I've substituted for some choirs and I have no idea what all the markings are about that people have put them in, because it's all their own. So I
That's right.
really appreciate that. So thank you.
You're most welcome. I found that it is very, very helpful for sure.
Ann, do you have any suggestions? You know, you said that for the beginning ringers that they, of course, they mark a whole lot more. And I have some ringers that are just convinced that they won't be able to ring unless they have. I have one that, you know, puts their own thing, and I don't say anything because, you know, she's ringing okay if she uses her own markings. But do you have any ways of like slowly weaning someone off of their system
them out,
looking at the notes?
So with beginning groups, if as the conductor you do the marking and you've really marked up the music a lot because they're right at the very beginning as beginners, both ringing and reading, then the next time that you hand out a piece of music, you mark it up, but don't include absolutely everything. And then the next piece, a little bit less. And the next piece, a little bit less. Or, you know, every 2 pieces. Start to pull them away. And when I work with beginner groups, I try to, as a conductor, I try to build that confidence by easing them out, but still giving them enough that they're feeling like they are still seeing what they need to see. So color coding especially is great. It's a wonderful way to work with beginners. But eventually, sometimes I will take one color away and leave the other color. So they, and try to make it the primary note that is the color that stays. And then if, especially if they're neighbor tones, if it's C, D, or D, E, or E, F, then take the primary note from the key and take the other one out and say, okay, you know where this note is, let's, you know, you find the other notes. And and ask them not to circle things and see if they can do it. And it becomes part of your practice session. So take a section of the music at the beginning of rehearsal and just do 8 bars. And just do 8 bars with the group and say, okay, let's see how much you've remembered from the last time when you were reading all of the notes color-coded. Let's see how much you remember. And don't try to do a whole piece. Just try to do different sections or one section at a time. The same with rhythm marking. I try to do as little rhythm marking as possible in beginner music because the music is generally pretty essential to start with, and you want them to learn what those notes are. So if you can have a sign at the beginning up beside you that says, this is a whole note, it's 4 beats, these are half notes, they're 2 beats each, these are the quarter notes. Just have it there for them to look at, and it helps them then to remember when they look at the music, oh yeah, I remember now, I don't have to write everything in. So those are a couple of words I use to ease people out of the constant. I have had very advanced ringers who write every single note, and I can't get them out of that habit. But what I find is that they then are missing some rhythms, and sometimes they miss some notes because they're so busy reading the letters that they get lost. And so trying to get advanced ringers to let go is sometimes harder than to get beginners to let go.
That's interesting. Okay. Well, I think we are out of time, and I'm going to check the chat one more. Nope, we don't have any more questions. So, Ann, thank you so much for spending some of this blistering hot day with us.
Yes,
where we are, it's hot. I don't know. There's people other places it's probably more tolerable. Thanks so much.
Well,
Ann.
you know, it isn't. It's 31 in the house. Or just outside, and it's probably 31 inside too. It's pretty hot. We have a heat dome over the Pacific coast, and certainly over Vancouver and Vancouver Island, and we're all sweltering.
Hotter than you've been for a long, long time. And down
That's
here.
right. Thank you again, everyone.
Thanks,
It's been wonderful to be a
Thanks,
part of
Ann.
this.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ann.
Yep. Well, folks, that's the end of our Glo-Bell experience today. I hope that you had a lot of fun. I certainly did, and I know that all the people who planned this, I want to thank everybody on the executive board of Area 10, especially Diane Barnes, who is our event planner. Thank you so much for all your work, but a very special thank you for all our presenters, for Emily, Damien, Malcolm, Jason, Bruna, and Ann. Thanks so much for taking time out of your day to share your expertise and all your knowledge with us. You need to get out in the coming months to an in-person ringing event. I think everybody is ready to do that. And I'm not going to say anything more about the PayPal button that's underneath here, but except you might want to push it and give it us some money. Okay, that's it. So with the ringing of this C4, this is concluding Area 10 goes Glo-Bell. See you at some in-person events. Bye, everybody.